Can you feel it? Jared thought about it. I don't feel any different, he said, finally. I have new memories, but I don't think I'm acting any differently than I usually do. Except for punching out generals, Wilson pointed out. It was an accident, Jared said. No, it wasn't, Kynan said, suddenly animated. This is my point to you, Private. You were born to be one person. You became another, and now you're becoming a third, a combination of the first two. If we continue on, if we're successful, more of who Bhutan was will come through. You will change. Your personality could change, perhaps dramatically. Who you will become will be something different from what you are now. I want to make sure you understand this, because I want you to make a choice about whether you want this to happen. A choice? Jared asked. Yes, Private. A choice, Kynan said. Which is something you rarely make. He pointed to Wilson. Lieutenant Wilson here chose this life. He signed up for the Colonial Defense Forces of his own accord. You and all your Special Forces kind were not given that choice. Do you realize, Private, that Special Forces soldiers are slaves? You have no say in whether you fight. You are not allowed to refuse. You're not even allowed to know that refusal is possible. Jared was uncomfortable with this line of reasoning. We don't see it that way. We're proud to serve. Of course you are, Kynan said. That's how they've conditioned you since you were born. When your brain was turned on and your brain pal fought for you and chose particular branches on the decision tree instead of others, by the time your brain was able to think on its own, the pathways that turn against choice were already laid down. I make choices all the time, Jared countered. Not big ones, Kynan said. Through conditioning and a military life, choices were made for you all your short life, Private. Someone else chose to create you, no different than anyone else that, but then they chose to imprint someone else's consciousness on your brain. They chose to make you a warrior. They chose the battles you would face. They chose to hand you over to us, but it was convenient for them. And they would choose to have you become someone else by cracking your brain like an egg and letting Charles Bhutan's consciousness run out all over yours. But I am choosing to have you choose. Why? Jared asked. Because I can, Kynan said, and because you should. And because apparently no one else will let you. This is your life, Private. If you choose to proceed, we'll suggest to you the ways we think will unlock more of Bhutan's memories and personality. And if I don't, Jared said. What happens then? Then we tell military research that we refuse to do anything to you, Wilson said. They could find someone else to do it, Jared said. They almost certainly will, Kynan said. But you'll have made your choice, and we'll have made ours too. Jared realized that Kynan had a point. In his life, all of the major choices that affected him had been decided by others. His decision-making had been limited to inconsequential things, or to military situations where not choosing something would have meant he was dead. He didn't consider himself a slave, but he was forced to admit that he had never considered not being in Special Forces. Gabriel Rahi had told his training squad that after their 10-year term of service, they could colonize, and no one ever questioned why they were made to serve the 10 years at all. All the Special Forces training and development subsumed individual choice to the needs of the squad or platoon. Even integration, the Special Forces' great military advantage, smeared the sense of self outside of the individual and toward the group. At the thought of integration, Jared felt an intense pang of loneliness. When his new orders came through, Jared's integration with the 2nd Platoon was switched off. The constant, low-level hum of thought and emotion from his platoon mates was cavernous in its absence. If he had not been able to draw on his first isolated experiences of consciousness, he might have gone a little mad the moment he realized he could not sense his platoon anymore. As it was, Jared had spent most of the intervening day in a solid depression. It was an amputation, bloody and raw, and only the knowledge it was likely only temporary made it bearable. Jared realized with a growing sense of unease just how much of his life had been dictated, chosen, ordered, and commanded. He realized how ill-prepared he was to make the choice Kynan had offered him. His immediate inclination was to say yes, that he wanted to go on, to learn more about Charles Boutin, the man he was supposed to be, and to become him in some way. But he didn't know if it was something he really wanted, or merely something that was expected of him. Jared felt resentment, not at the Colonial Union or the Special Forces, but at Kynan, for putting him in a position to question himself and his choices, or lack thereof. "What would you do?" Jared asked Kynan. "I'm not you," Kynan said, and refused to speak any more about it. Wilson was likewise notably unhelpful. Both went about their work in the lab while Jared thought, staring into the three representations of consciousness that were all him in one way or another. "I've made a choice," Jared said, more than 2 hours later. "I want to go on." "Can you tell me why?" Kynan said. "Because I want to know more about all of this," Jared said. He motioned to the image of the third consciousness. "You tell me that I'm changing. I'm becoming someone else. I believe that, but I still feel like me. I think I'll still be me no matter what happens, and I want to know." Jared pointed to Kynan. "You say we Special Forces are slaves. You're right. I can't argue that. But we were also told that we are the only humans born with a purpose, to keep other humans safe. I wasn't given a choice for that purpose before, but I choose it now. I choose this." "You choose to be a slave," Kynan said. "No," Jared said. "I stopped being a slave when I made this choice." "But you're choosing the path those who made you a slave would have you follow," Kynan said. "It's my choice," Jared said. "If Boutin wants to harm us, I want to stop him." "Well, that means you might become like him," Wilson said. "I was supposed to be him," Jared said. "Being like him still leaves room to be me." "So this is your choice," Kynan said. "It is," Jared said. "Oh, thank Christ," Wilson said, clearly relieved. Kynan also appeared to relax. Jared looked at the two of them strangely. "I don't understand," he said to Kynan. "We were ordered to bring out as much of Charles Boutin in you as possible," Kynan said. "If you had said no, and we refused to follow our orders, it probably would have been a death sentence for me. I'm a prisoner of war, Private. The only reason I'm allowed what little freedom I have is because I've allowed myself to be useful. The moment I stop being useful is the moment the CDF withdraws the medicine that keeps me alive, or they decide to kill me in some other way. Lieutenant Wilson here is not likely to be shot for disobeying the order, but from what I understand, CDF prisons aren't very nice places to be." "Insubordinates check in, but they don't check out," Wilson said. "Why didn't you tell me?" Jared said. "Because then it wouldn't have been a fair choice for you," Wilson said. "We decided between us that we would offer you this choice and accept the consequences," Kynan said. "Once we made our own choice on the matter, we wanted to be sure you had the same freedom we did in making your choice." "So thank you for choosing to go on," Wilson said. "I nearly crapped myself waiting for you to make up your damn mind." "Sorry," Jared said. "Ain't got no more," Wilson said. "Because now you have another choice to make. We've come up with two options we think will spark a larger cascade of memories from your Boutin consciousness," Kynan said. "The first is a variation of the consciousness transfer protocol used to put Boutin in your brain in the first place. We can cycle the protocol again and embed the consciousness a second time. Now that your brain is more mature, there's an excellent chance more of the consciousness would take. Indeed, that it could all take. But there are some serious possible consequences." "Like what?" Jared asked. "Like your consciousness would be entirely wiped out as the new one comes in," Wilson said. "Ah," Jared said. "You can see how it's problematic," Kynan said. "I don't think I want to do that one," Jared said. "We didn't think so," Kynan said. "In which case, we have a rather less invasive plan B." "Which is?" Jared said. A trip down memory lane, Wilson said. Jelly beans were only the beginning. Chapter 9. Colonel James Robbins looked up at Phoenix, hovering over him in the sky. Here I am again, he thought. General Zillard noticed Robbins's discomfort. You don't really like the general's mess, do you, Colonel? He asked, and jammed more steak in his mouth. I hate it, Robbins said, before he quite knew what was coming out of his mouth. Sir, he added quickly. Can't say that I blame you, Zillard said, around the beef. The whole thing of barring non-generals from eating here is 6 kinds of stupid. How's your water, by the way? Robbins glanced down at the sweating glass in front of him. Delightfully refreshing, sir, he said. Zillard motioned with his fork to encompass the entire general's mess. This is our fault, you know, he said. The Special Forces, I mean. How so? Asked Robbins. Special Forces generals would bring anyone in their command structure in here, not just officers, but they're enlisted too. Because outside of combat situations, no one in Special Forces really gives a shit about, right? So you had all these Special Forces troops in here, eating the nice steaks and ogling Phoenix overhead. It got on the other generals' nerves. Not just that they were enlisted in here, but that they were Ghost Brigade enlisted. This was in the early days when the idea of soldiers less than a year old gave you real-born the creeps. Still does, Robbins said. Sometimes. Yeah, I know, Zillard said. But you people had it better now. Anyway, after a while, the real-born generals let me know that this was their own playpen. And now, all anyone else gets in here is one of those delightfully refreshing glasses of water you've got there, Colonel. So, on behalf of the Special Forces, I apologize to you for the inconvenience. Thank you, General, Robbins said. I'm not hungry anyway. Good for you, Zillard said, and ate some more of his steak. Colonel Robbins eyed the general's meal. In fact, he was hungry, but it wouldn't have been politic to know it. Robbins made a mental note for the next time he was summoned to a meeting in the general's mess. Eat something first. Zillard swallowed his steak and turned his attention back to Robbins. Colonel, have you heard of the ESTO system? Don't look it up. Just tell me if you know it. I'm not aware of it, Robbins said. How about Prana, Mauna Kea, Sheffield? I know the Mauna Kea on Earth, Robbins said, but I assume that's not the one you're talking about. It's not. Zillard motioned again with his fork, waving it to indicate some point past the eastern limb of Phoenix. Mauna Kea system is that way, just short of Phoenix's skip drive horizon. New colony there. Hawaiians? Robbins asked. Of course not, Zillard said. It's mostly Tamils, from what my data tell me. They don't name the system, they just live there. What's so interesting about this system, Robbins said. The fact that less than 3 days ago a Special Forces cruiser disappeared in it, Zillard said. It was attacked? Robbins asked. Destroyed? No, Zillard said. It disappeared. No contact once it arrived in the system. Did it hail the colony? Robbins asked. It wouldn't have done that, Zillard said, in a flat tone that suggested to Robbins that he shouldn't pursue the details. He didn't. Maybe something happened to the ship when it re-entered real space, he said instead. We skipped in a sensor drone, Zillard said. No ship, no black box, no debris along the projected flight path. Nothing. It's gone. That's weird, Robbins said. No, Zillard said. What's weird is that it was the 4th Special Forces ship this has happened to this month. Robbins stared at Zillard blankly. You've lost 4 cruisers? How? Well, if we knew that, Colonel, we'd be off stomping on someone's neck, Zillard said. The fact that what I'm actually doing is eating this steak in front of you should be an indication we are as in the dark as anyone. But you do think someone is behind this, Robbins said. And it's not just an issue with the ships or their skip drives. Of course we do, Zillard said. Having one ship disappear is a random incident. Having 4 disappear in a month is a fucking trend. This is not a problem the ships or the drives. Who do you think is behind it? Robin said. Zillard set down his utensils, irritable. Christ, Robbins, he said. Do you think I'm talking to you because I don't have friends? Robbins smiled wryly, in spite of himself. The Oban, then, he said. The Oban, Zillard said. Yes. The ones who have Charles Boutin tucked away somewhere. All the systems our ships disappeared from either are close to open space or are planets the Oban contested for at one point or another. That's a slender thread, but it's what we have at the moment. What we don't have is the how or why, and that's where I was hoping you might be able to shed some light. I want to know where we are with Private Dirac, Robin said. If you don't mind, Zillard said, and picked up his utensils again. It's slow going, Robbins admitted. We think the memory breach happened because of stress and sensory input. We can't put the same sort of pressure on him that combat did, but we have been introducing him to parts of Boutin's life, one piece at a time. His records? Zillard asked. No, Robin said. At least not the reports and files on Boutin that were written or recorded by other people. Those aren't from Boutin himself, and we don't want to introduce an outside point of view. Kynan and Lieutenant Wilson are working with primary sources, Boutin's recordings and notes, and with Boutin's things. You mean things Boutin owned? Zillard asked. Well, things he owned, things he liked, remember the jelly beans, or things from other people that he knew. We've also taken Dirac to the places where Boutin lived and grew up. He was originally from Phoenix, you know. It's just a quick trip down by shuttle. It's nice he gets field trips, Zillard said, only a little dismissively. But you said it was slow going. More of Boutin is coming out, Robin said. But much of it seems to be in personality. I've read Private Dirac's psychological profile. Up to now, he's been something of a passive character. Things happen to him rather than him making them happen. And for the first week or so he was with us, he was like that. But over the last 3 weeks, he's been becoming more assertive and more directed. And that's more in line with who Boutin was, psychologically speaking. So he's becoming more like Boutin. Fine, Zillard said. But is he remembering anything? Well, that's just it, Robin said. There's very little memory coming back. What's coming back is mostly about his family life, not his work. We'll run him recordings of Boutin making voice notes of his projects, and he'll listen to them blankly. Show him a picture of Boutin's little girl, and he gets twitchy for a minute, and then he'll tell you about what was going on in the picture. It's frustrating. Zillard chewed for a moment, thinking. Robbins took advantage of the pause to enjoy his water. It wasn't quite as refreshing as he had previously suggested. The memories of his little girl don't lead to any tangential memories coming up? Zillard asked. Sometimes, Robin said. A picture of Boutin and his daughter at some research base he was stationed at reminded him of some of the work he'd been doing there. Some early research on consciousness buffering before he came back to Phoenix Station and started working on it using the technology we had got from the Consu. But he didn't remember anything useful in terms of why Boutin would decide to turn traitor. Show him another picture of Boutin's daughter, Zillard said. We showed him all we could find, Robin said. There aren't that many. And there aren't any of her physical things around. No toys or drawings or anything like that. Why not? Zillard asked. Robin shrugged. She died before Boutin came back to Phoenix Station, he said. I guess he didn't want to bring her things with him. Now that's interesting, Zillard said. His eyes looked like they were focusing on something at a distance, a sign he was reading something off his brain pal. What? Robin said. I pulled Boutin's file while you were talking, Zillard said. Boutin's a colonial, but his work for the Colonial Union required him to be stationed at military research facilities. The last place he worked before coming here was at Cubble Research Station. Ever hear of it? It sounds familiar, Robin said, but I can't place it. Says it was a zero-G capable research facility, Zillard said. They did some biomedical work, which is why Boutin was there, but it was mostly weapons and navigation systems. Now, this is interesting. The station was actually positioned directly above a planetary ring system. It was just a click above the ring plane, used the ring debris to test their close-quarter navigation systems. Now Robbins got it. Rocky planets with ring systems were rare, and ones with human colonies rarer still. Most colonists preferred not to live where stadium-sized chunks of falling rock plunging through the atmosphere were a common occurrence, rather than a once-in-a-millennium sort of thing. One with a military research station orbiting overhead. That was pretty singular. Oma, Robin said. Oma, Zillard agreed. Which we no longer own. We could never prove that the Oban originally attacked the colony or the station. It's possible the array attacked the colony, and then the Oban attacked them when they were weakened from fighting us and before they could be reinforced, which is one reason we never went to war with them over it. But we know they decided to claim the system for their own pretty damn quickly, before we could mount a force to take it back. And Bhutan's daughter was on the colony, Robin said. She was on the station, from what the casualty lists say, Zillard said, sending over the list for Robbins to view. It was a large station. It would have had family quarters. Jesus, Robin said. You know, Zillard said, casually, forking the last bite of steak into his mouth. When Cole Station was attacked, it wasn't entirely destroyed. In fact, we have reliable data that suggests the station is largely intact. Okay, Robin said. Including the family quarters. Oh, okay, Robin said, the light coming on. I can already tell you I don't like where this is going. You said that Dirac's memory responds most strongly to stress and sensory input, Zillard said. Taking him to the place where his daughter died and where all her physical things are likely to be would qualify as a significant sensory input. There is the minor problem that the system is now owned and controlled by the Oban, Robin said. Zillard shrugged. That's where the stress comes in, he said. He set his utensils into the done position on his plate and pushed it away from him. The reason General Matson took over Private Dirac is because he didn't want him to die in combat, Robin said. Dropping him into Oma space seems rather counter to that desire, General. Yes, well, the General's desire to keep Dirac out of harm's way has to be tempered by the fact that as of 3 days ago, 4 of my ships and more than 1,000 of my people have up and disappeared as if they never even existed, Zillard said. And at the end of the day, Dirac is still Special Forces. I could force the issue. Matson wouldn't like it, Robin said. Neither would I, Zillard said. I have a good relationship with the General, despite his patronizing attitude toward Special Forces and me. That's not just you, Robin said. He's patronizing to everyone. Yes, he's an equal opportunity asshole, Zillard said. And he's aware of it, which he thinks means it's okay. Be that as it may, as much as I don't want to get on his bad side, I will if I have to. But I don't think I will have to. A waiter came over to take Zillard's plate. Zillard ordered dessert. Robbins waited until the server left. Why don't you think you'll have to? He asked. What would you say if I told you we already had Special Forces at Oma making preparations to take back the system? Zillard asked. I'd be skeptical, Robin said. That sort of activity would be noticed sooner or later, and the Oban are ruthless. They wouldn't tolerate their presence if they found out about it. You're right about that, Zillard said. But you'd be wrong to be skeptical. Special Forces have been at Oma for over a year now. They've even been inside Cobble Station. I think we can get Private Dirac in and out without raising too much attention. How? Robbins asked. Very carefully, Zillard said. And by using a few new toys. The waiter returned with the General's dessert. 2 large Toll House cookies. Robbins stared at the plate. You loved Toll House cookies. You realize that if you're wrong and you can't sneak Dirac past the Oban, they'll kill him. Your secret Oma reclamation project will be exposed, and any information Dirac has about Bhutan will die with him, Robin said. Zillard took a cookie. Risk, he said. It's always in the equation. If we do this and we botch it, then we are well and truly fucked. But if we don't do it, we risk Dirac never recovering Bhutan's memories, and then we're vulnerable to what the Oban have planned next. And then we'll be well and truly fucked then. If we're going to be fucked, Colonel, I prefer to get fucked on my feet instead of on my knees. You have a way with mental imagery, General, Robin said. Thank you, Colonel, Zillard said. I tried. He reached over, took the second cookie, and offered it to Robbins. Here, he said. I saw you coveting it. Robbins stared at the cookie, then looked around. I can't take that, he said. Sure you can, Zillard said. I'm not supposed to eat anything here, Robbins said. So what? Zillard said. Screw 'em. It's a ridiculous tradition, and you know it. So break it. Take the cookie. Robbins took the cookie and stared at it glumly. Oh, good God, Zillard said. Do I have to order you to eat the damn thing? It might help, Robbins said. Fine, Zillard said. Colonel, I'm giving you a direct order. Eat the fucking cookie. Robbins ate it. The waiter was scandalized. Behold, Harry Wilson said to Jarrett as they walked into the cargo hold of the Shikra. Your chariot. The chariot in question consisted of a carbon fiber basket seat, two extremely small ion engines of limited power and maneuverability, one on each side of the basket seat, and an office refrigerator-sized object positioned directly behind the seat. This is an ugly chariot, Jarrett said. Wilson chuckled. Jarrett's sense of humor had improved over the last few weeks, or at the very least, it had become more to Wilson's liking. It reminded him of the sarcastic Charles Bhutan he knew. Wilson felt both pleasure and wariness about this. Pleasure that his and Kainen's work was making a difference. Wariness because Bhutan was, after all, a traitor to humanity. Wilson liked Jarrett enough not to wish that fate on him. Slightly but a state-of-the-art, Wilson said. He walked over and slapped the refrigerator-looking object. This is the smallest skip drive ever created, he said. Hot off the assembly line. And not only is it small, but it's an example of the first real advance we've had in skip drive technology in decades. Let me guess, Jarrett said. It's based on that Kansu technology we stole from the array. You make it sound like a bad thing, Wilson said. Well, you know, Jarrett said, tapping his head. I'm in this predicament because of Kansu technology. Let's just say I'm not neutral on its uses. You make an excellent point, Wilson said. But this is sweet. A friend of mine worked on this. We'd talk about it. Most skip drives require you to get out into flat time space before you can engage them. You have to get far away from a planet. Well, this one is less picky. It can use a Lagrange point. So long as you've got a planet with a reasonably large moon, you've got 5 nearby spots in space where it's gravitationally flat enough to engage this drive. If they can work out the kinks, it could revolutionize space travel. Work out the kinks? Jarrett said. How about to use this thing? Kinks are bad. Well, the kink is that the drive is touchy about the mass of the object it's attached to, Wilson said. Too much mass creates too much of a local warp on time-space. Makes the skip drive do weird things. Like what? Jarrett asked. Like explode, Wilson said. That's not encouraging, Jarrett said. Well, explode is not quite the accurate word, Wilson said. The physics for what really goes on are much weirder, I assure you. You can stop now, Jarrett said. But you don't have to worry about it, Wilson continued. It takes about 5 tons of mass before the drive gets wobbly. That's why this sled looks like a dune buggy. It falls well under the mass threshold, even with you in it. You should be fine. Should be, Jarrett said. Oh, stop being a baby, Wilson said. I'm not even 1 year old, Jarrett said. I could be a baby if I want. Help me get into this thing, would you? Jarrett negotiated his way into the sled's basket seat. Wilson snapped him in and stowed his MP in the storage box to the side of the seat. Do a systems check, Wilson said. Jarrett activated his brain pal and connected with the sled. checking the integrity of the skip drive and the ion engines. Everything was nominal. The sled had no physical controls. Jared would control it with his brain pal. The sled's fine, Jared said. How's the unitard? Wilson asked. It's fine. The sled had an open cockpit. Jared's unitard was formatted for hard vacuum, including a cowl that would slide down completely over his face, sealing him in. The nanobotic fabric of the unitard was photosensitive and passed visual and other electromagnetic information directly to Jared's brain pal. As a result, Jared would be able to see better with his eyes covered by the cowl than he could if he were using them. Around Jared's waist was a rebreather system that could, if necessary, provide breathable air for a week. Then you're good to go, Wilson said. Your coordinates are programmed in for this side, and you should also have them to get back from the other side. Just put them in and sit back and let the sled do the rest. Zillard said that the Special Forces recovery team will be ready for you on the other side. You'll be on the lookout for a Captain Martin. He's got a confirmation key for you to verify his identity. Zillard says to follow his orders to the letter. Got it? Got it, Jared said. Okay, Wilson said. I'm out of here. We're going to start cycling out the air. Suit up. As soon as the bay doors open, activate the nav program and it will handle it from there. Got it, Jared repeated. Good luck, Jared, Wilson said. Hope you find something useful. He walked out of the bay to the sound of the Shikra's life support system sucking the air out of the bay. Jared activated his cowl. There was a momentary blackness, followed by a rather impressive gain in Jared's peripheral awareness as the unitard's visual signal kicked in. The rushing noise of air thinned into nothingness. Jared was sitting in vacuum. Through the metal of the ship and the carbon fibers of the sled, he could feel the bay doors sliding open. Jared activated the sled's navigation program. The sled lifted from the floor of the bay and slid gently out the door. Jared's vision included the visual track of his flight plan and its destination more than 1,000 clicks away. The L4 position between Phoenix and its moon Bane, currently unoccupied by any other object. The ion engines kicked in. Jared felt his weight under the engine's acceleration. The skip drive activated as the sled intersected the L4 position. Jared noted the sudden and impressively disconcerting appearance of a broad system of rings less than a click above his point of view, girding the limb of a blue, Earth-like planet to his left. Jared's sled, which had been previously moving forward at an impressive rate of speed, was motionless. The ion engines had stopped firing just before the skip translation, and the inertial energy of the sled did not carry forward after it. Jared was glad about this. He doubted the tiny ion engines would have been able to stop the sled before it would have wandered into the ring system and squashed him into a tumbling rock. Private Durat, Jared heard, as a verification key pinged his brain pal. Yes, he said. This is Captain Martin, Jared heard. Welcome to Oman. Please be patient. We're coming to get you. If you send me directions, I could come to you, Jared said. We'd rather you didn't, Martin said. The Oban have been scanning the area more than usual recently. We'd prefer not to give them anything to see. Just sit tight. A minute or so later, Jared noticed 3 of the ring's rocks moving slowly his way. It looks like I've got some debris headed toward me, he said to Martin. I'm going to maneuver out of the way. Don't do that, Martin said. Why not? Jared asked. Because we hate chasing after shit, Martin said. Jared directed his unitard to focus on the incoming rocks and magnify. Jared noticed the rocks had limbs, and that one of them was dragging what looked like a tow cable. Jared watched as they approached and finally arrived at the sled. One of them maneuvered itself in front of Jared, while the other 2 attached the 2 cables. The rock was human-sized and irregularly hemispherical. Up close, it looked like a turtle shell without an opening for a head. 4 limbs of equal length sprouted in quadrilateral symmetry. The limbs had 2 joints of articulation and terminated in splayed hands with opposable thumbs on either side of the palm. The underside of the rock was flat and mottled, with a line that went down the center, suggesting the underside could open. Across the top side of the rock were flat, glossy patches that Jared suspected were photosensitive. "Not what you were expecting, Private?" said the rock, using Martin's voice. "No, sir," Jared said. He accessed his internal database of the few intelligent species that were friendly to, or at least not openly antagonistic toward, humans, but was coming up with nothing that was even remotely like this creature. "I was expecting someone human." Jared felt a sharp ping of amusement. "We are human, Private," Martin said. "As much as you are." "You don't look human," Jared said, and immediately regretted it. "Of course we don't," Martin said. "But we don't live in typical human environments either. We've been adapted for where we live." "Where do you live?" Jared asked. One of Martin's limbs motioned around him. "Here," he said. "Adapted for life in space. Vacuum-proof bodies. Photosynthetic stripes for energy." Martin tapped his underside. "And in here, an organ that houses modified algae to provide oxygen and the organic compounds we need. We can live out here for weeks at a time, spying on and sabotaging the open, and they don't even know we're here. They keep looking for CDF spaceships. It confuses the hell out of them." "I'll bet," Jared said. "Okay, Strauss tells me we're good to go," Martin said. "We're ready to reel you in. Hang on." Jared felt a jolt, and then felt a small vibration as the tow cable was reeled in, dragging the sled into the ring. The rocks kept pace, manipulating small jetpacks with their hind limbs. "Were you born this way?" Jared asked. "I wasn't," Martin said. "They created this body type 3 years ago. Everything new. They needed volunteers to test it. It was too extreme to drop a consciousness in without testing. We needed to see if people could adapt to it without going insane. This body is almost entirely a closed system. I get oxygen, nutrients, and moisture from my algae organ, and my waste gets dumped back into it to feed the algae. You don't eat and drink like people are supposed to. You don't even pee normally. And not doing things you're hardwired to do will make you nuts. You wouldn't think that not peeing could prey on your mind, but trust me, it does. It was one of the things they had to find a way around when they went into full production." Martin pointed toward the other 2 rocks. "Strauss and Cole, now they were born in these bodies," Martin said, "and they're perfectly at home in them. I tell them about eating a hamburger or taking a dump, they look at me like I'm insane. And trying to describe regular sex to them is just a complete loss." "They have sex?" Jared asked, surprised. "You don't want to screw with the sex drive, Private," Martin said. "That's bad for the species." "Yes, we have sex all the time." He motioned to his underside. "We open up here, the edges of our cowl concealed with someone else's. The number of positions we can perform are a bit more limited than the ones you can. Your body is more flexible than ours. On the other hand, we can fucking total vacuum, which is a neat trick." "I'd say so," Jared said. He felt the captain was veering into too much information territory. "But we are a different breed, no doubt about it," Martin said. "We even have a different naming scheme than the rest of Special Forces. We're named after old science fiction writers instead of scientists. I even took a new name when I switched over." "Are you going to switch back?" Jared asked. "To a normal body?" "No," Martin said. "When I first switched over, I would have, but you get used to it. This is my normal now. And this is the future. The CDF made us to give them an advantage in combat, just like they made the original Special Forces. And it works. We're dark matter. We can sneak up on a ship and the enemy thinks we're debris, right until the pocket nuke we stuck on their hull as we scraped by goes off. And then they don't think about anything anymore. But we're more than that," Martin continued. "We're the first people organically adapted to living in space. Every body system is organic, even the brain pal. We've got the first totally organic brain pals. That's one improvement that's going to be passed down to the general Special Forces population the next time they do a new body edition. Everything we are is expressed in our DNA. If they can find a way to let us breed naturally, we'll have a new species, Homo astrum, who can live between the planets. We won't have to fight anyone for real estate then, and that means humans win." Unless you don't want to look like a turtle, Jared said. Martin sent a sharp ping of amusement. Fair enough, he said. There is that, and we know it. We call ourselves the Gammarins, you know. Jared fuzzed a moment until the reference came into his head, from back in the evenings at Camp Carson, watching science fiction films at 10 times speed. Like the Japanese monster? You got it, Martin said. Do you shoot fire too? Jared asked. Ask the Open, Martin said. The sled entered the ring. Jared saw the dead man almost as soon as they slipped through the hole in the side of Cobble Station. The Gammarins had informed Special Forces that Cobble Station was largely intact, but largely intact clearly meant something different to troops who thrive in hard vacuum. Cobble Station was airless and lifeless and gravityless, although some electrical systems remarkably still had power, thanks to solar panels and hardy engineering. The Gammarins knew the station well. They had been in it before, retrieving files, documents, and objects that had not already been destroyed or looted by the Open. The one thing they didn't retrieve was the dead. The Open still came to the station from time to time and might notice if the number of the dead dramatically reduced over time. So the dead remained, floating cold and desiccated through the station. The dead man was wedged up against a corridor bulkhead. Jared suspected he hadn't been there when the hole in the hull they slipped through was made. The explosive decompression would have sucked him right out into space. Jared turned to confirm this with Martin. He's new, Martin confirmed. To this section, anyway. The dead drift a lot around here, along with everything else. Is that someone you're looking for? Jared drifted toward the dead man. The man's body was parched and dried, all the moisture long since boiled away. He would have been unrecognizable even if Bhutan had known him. Jared looked at the man's lab coat. The name tag claimed him to be Uptold Chatterjee. His papery skin was green. The name was right for a colonist, but he'd clearly been a citizen of a Western nation at one point. I don't know who he is, Jared said. Come on then, Martin said. He grabbed the railing with both left hands and propelled himself down the corridor. Jared followed, letting go of the railing on occasion to get past a dead body bumping through the corridor. He wondered if he might find Zoe Bhutan floating in the corridors or other part of the station. No, a thought said. They never found her body. They found hardly any colonist bodies. Stop, Jared said to Martin. What is it? Martin said. I'm remembering, Jared said, and closed his eyes, even though they were behind his cowl. When he opened them, he felt sharper and more focused. He also knew exactly where he wanted to go. Follow me, Jared said. Jared and Martin had entered the station in the weapons wing of the station. Coreward lay navigation and biomedical research. In the center was a large zero-G lab. Jared led Martin forward and then clockwise through the corridors, pausing occasionally to let Martin pry open deactivated emergency doors with a jack-like piston. Corridor lights, fed by the solar panels, glowed feebly, but more than enough for Jared's enhanced vision. Here, Jared said eventually. This is where I did my work. This is my laboratory. The laboratory was filled with detritus and bullet holes. Whoever had come through was not interested in preserving the technical work of the lab. They had just wanted everyone dead. Blackened, dried blood was visible on tabletops and down the side of the desk. At least one person had been shot here, but there was no body. Jerome Koss, Jared thought. That was the name of my assistant. He was originally from Guatemala, but immigrated to the United States when he was a kid. He was the one to solve the buffer overflow. Crap, Jared said. The memory of Jerry Koss floated in his head, looking for context. Jared scanned the room, looking for computers or memory storage devices. There was nothing. Did your people take the computers from here? He asked Martin. Not from this room, Martin said. Some of the labs were missing computers and other equipment before we ever got a chance to swing through. The opener or whoever must have taken them. Jared pushed himself over to a desk he knew was Bhutan. Whatever had been on the top of the desk had long since floated away. Jared opened the desk drawers to find office supplies, hanger folders, and other not particularly useful things. As Jared was closing the drawer with the hanger folders, he saw the papers in one of them. He stopped and pulled one out. It was a drawing, signed by Zoe Bhutan, with more enthusiasm than precision. She drew me one a week, in Wednesday art period, Jared remembered. I would take the new one and hang it with a pushpin, and take the old one and file it. I never threw any away. Jared glanced up at the corkboard above the desk. There were pushpins in it, but no picture. The last one was almost certainly floating somewhere in the room. Jared had to fight off the urge to look for it until he found it. Instead, he pushed off from the desk toward the door, slipping out into the corridor before Martin could ask him where he was going. Martin raced to keep up. The work corridors of Couple Station were clinical and sterile. The family quarters worked hard to be the opposite. Carpeting, albeit of the industrial sort, covered the floors. Children in art classes had been encouraged to paint the corridor walls, which featured suns and cats and hills with flowers, in pictures that were not art unless you were a parent, and could be nothing but if you were. The debris in the corridor and occasional dark smear against the wall worked against the cheer. As a research head with a child, Bhutan received larger quarters than most, which still meant it was almost unbearably compact. Space is at a premium in space stations. Bhutan's apartment lay at the end of C corridor. C for cat. The walls were painted with anatomically divergent cats of all sorts. Apartment 10. Jared pulled himself down the corridor toward apartment 10. The door was closed but unlocked. Jared slid the door open and let himself in. As everywhere, objects floated silently in the room. Jared recognized some things, but not others. A book that was a gift from a college friend. Some picture in a frame. A pen. A rug he and Cheryl bought on their honeymoon. Cheryl, his wife, dead from a fall while hiking. She died just before he left for this posting. Her funeral was on the second to last day before he came here. He remembered holding Zoe's hand at the funeral, listening to Zoe ask why her mother had to leave, and making him promise he would never leave her. He promised, of course. Bhutan's bedroom was compact. Zoe's, one room over, would have been uncomfortable for anyone who wasn't 5. The tiny child's bed was shoved along one corner, so securely wedged there that it hadn't floated away. Even the mattress stayed stuck. Picture books, toys, and stuffed animals hovered. One caught Jared's eye, and he reached for it. Babar the elephant. Phoenix had been colonized before the colonial union stopped accepting colonists from wealthy countries. There was a large French population, from which Bhutan was descended. Babar was a popular children's character on Phoenix, along with Asterix, Tintin, and the Silly Man, reminders of childhoods on a planet so distant from Phoenix that no one thought much about it. Zoe had never seen an elephant in real life. Very few of them ever made it into space. But she had nonetheless been delighted with the Babar when Cheryl gave it to her on her 4th birthday. After Cheryl died, Zoe made Babar a totem. She refused to go anywhere without it. He remembered Zoe crying for it while he was dropping her off at Helene Green's apartment, as he prepared to travel to Phoenix for several weeks of late-stage testing work. He was already late for the shuttle. He had no time to get it. He finally settled her down by promising to find her a Celeste for her Babar. Placated, she gave him a kiss and went into Kay Green's room to play with her friend. He then promptly forgot about Babar and Celeste until the day he was scheduled to return to Oma and Cubble. He was thinking of some reasonable excuse to explain why he was coming home empty-handed when he was pulled aside and told that Oma and Cubble had been attacked. and that everyone on the base and on the colony was dead, and that his daughter, best beloved, died alone and frightened, and far away from anyone that ever loved her. Jared held Babar while the barrier between his consciousness and Bhutan's memories crumbled, feeling Bhutan's grief and anger as if it were his own. This was it. This was the event that set him on the path to treason, the death of his daughter, his Zoe Jolie, his joy. Jared, helpless to guard against it, felt what Bhutan felt, the sick horror of unwillingly picturing his child's death, the hollow, horrible ache, standing in that place in his life where his daughter had been, and mad, acidic desire to do something more than mourn. The torrent of memory racked Jared, and he gasped as each new thing hit his consciousness and dug in. They tumbled in too fast to be complete, or to be completely understood, the broad strokes of memory defining the shape of Bhutan's path. Jared had no memory of his first contact with Yobin, only a sense of release, as if making the decision freed him from a lingering sense of pain and rage. But he saw himself making a deal with Yobin for a safe haven in exchange for his knowledge of the brain panel and consciousness research. The details of Bhutan's scientific work eluded him. The training they required to comprehend required pathways of understanding Jared simply didn't have. What he had were the memories of sensual experience, the pleasure in planning to fake his death and make his escape, the pain of separation from Zoe, the desire to leave the human sphere and start his work and create his revenge. Here and there in this cauldron of sensation and emotion, concrete memories winked like jewels. Data repeated across the memory field. Things to be remembered from more than one incident. Even then, something still flickered in memory, but just out of reach. Knowing Zoe was the key to Bhutan's defection, but not knowing exactly why the key turned, and feeling the answer sway from his grasp as he reached for it, tantalizing and torturous. Jared turned away to focus on the nuggets of memory that were hard, solid, and within reach. Jared's consciousness circled one of these, a place name, roughly translated from a language spoken by creatures that didn't speak like humans. And Jared knew where Bhutan was. The front door to the apartment slid open, and Martin clambered through. He spotted Jared in Zoe's room and pushed over to him. "Time to go, Durak," he said. "Varley tells me Omen are on their way. They must have bugged the place. Stupid of me." "Give me a minute," Jared said. "We don't have a minute," Martin said. "All right," Jared said. He pushed out of the room, taking Babar with him. "Now's not the best time for souvenirs," Martin said. "Shut up," Jared said. "Let's go." He pushed out of Bhutan's apartment without looking back to see if Martin was keeping up. Up till Chatterjee was where Jared and Martin had left him. The open scout craft hovering outside the hull breach was new. "There are other ways out of this place," Jared said, as he and Martin huddled by Chatterjee's body. The scout was visible at an angle, but it apparently hadn't spotted them yet. "Sure there are other ways," Martin said. "The question is, can we get to any of them before more of these guys show up? We could take one of them if we have to. More, there's going to be a problem." "Where's your squad?" Jared asked. "They're on their way," Martin said. "We try to keep our movements outside the rings to a bare minimum." "A fine idea any other time but this," Jared said. "I don't recognize that shit," Martin said. "It looks like a new type of scout. I can't even tell if it has weapons. If it doesn't, between the two of us, we might be able to take it out with our MPs." Jared considered this. He grabbed Chatterjee and gently pushed him in the direction of the hull breach. Chatterjee slowly floated across the breach. "So far, so good," Martin said, when Chatterjee's body was halfway across the breach. Chatterjee's body shattered as the projectiles from the scout craft blasted through his frozen body. Limbs twirled violently and then were shattered themselves as another volley coursed through the breach. Jared could feel the impact of the projectiles on the far wall of the corridor. Jared felt a peculiar sensation, like his brain being picked. The scout's position shifted slightly. "Duck," Jared tried to say to Martin, but the communication didn't make it through. Jared dug in his heel, grabbed Martin, and yanked him down as a fresh volley ripped through the corridor, shredding the hull breach wider and passing dangerously close to Jared and Martin. Bright orange blazed outside, and from his position, Jared could see the scout tilt wildly. From below the scout, a missile arced its way up and impacted on the scout's underside, cracking the scout in two. Jared noted to himself that the Gamorreans did indeed shoot fire. "We're sure a lot of fun," Martin said. "Now we'll get to spend a week or two in hiding while the Oban scour around looking for whoever blew up their ship. You've made our lives very interesting, Private. Now, time to go. The boys have shot up the tow rope. Let's get out of here before any more show up." Martin scrambled up and over and then launched himself out of the breach, toward the tow cable hovering 5 meters beyond it. Jared followed, grabbing the cable with one hand and holding on for dear life, while Babar stayed clenched in the other. It was 3 days before the Oban stopped hunting for them. "Welcome back," Wilson said, as he approached the sled and then stopped. "Is that Babar?" "It is," Jared said, sitting in the sled with Babar secured in his lap. "I'm not sure I even want to know what that's about," Wilson said. "You do," Jared said. "Trust me." "It has something to do with Bhutan?" Wilson said. "It has everything to do with him," Jared said. "I know why he turned traitor, Harry. I know everything." Chapter 10. One day before Jared returned to Phoenix Station, clutching Babar, the Special Forces cruiser Osprey skipped into the Nagano system to investigate a distress call sent by Skip's courier from a mining operation on Kobe. The Osprey was not heard from again. Jared was supposed to report in to Colonel Robbins. Instead, he stomped past Robbins' office and into General Matson's before Matson's secretary could stop him. Matson was inside and looked up as Jared walked in. "Here," Jared said, thrusting Babar into the hands of a surprised Matson. "Now I know why I punched you, you son of a bitch." Matson looked down on the stuffed animal. "Let me guess," he said. "This is Zoe Bhutan's, and now you've got your memory back." "Enough of it," Jared said. "Enough to know you're responsible for her death." "Funny," Matson said, putting Babar down on his desk. "Seems to me that either the Array or the Oban are responsible for her death." "Don't be obtuse, General," Jared said. Matson raised an eyebrow. "You ordered Bhutan here for a month. He asked to bring his daughter with him. You refused. Bhutan left his daughter and she died. He blames you." "And you do too, apparently," Matson said. Jared ignored this. "Why didn't you let him bring her?" he asked. "I'm not running a daycare, Private," Matson said. "I needed Bhutan focused on his work. Bhutan's wife was already dead. Who was going to take care of the girl? He had people at Cobble who could do it for him. I told him to leave her there. I didn't expect that we'd lose the station and the colony and that the girl would die." "This station houses other civilian scientists and workers," Jared said. "There are families here. He could have found or hired someone to watch Zoe while he worked. It wasn't an unreasonable request, and you know it. So really, why didn't you let him bring her?" By this time, Robbins, alerted by Matson's secretary, had entered the room. Matson twisted uncomfortably. "Listen," Matson said. "Bhutan was a top-flight mine, but he was a goddamn flake, especially after his wife died. Cheryl was a heat sink for the man's eccentricities. She kept him on an even keel. Once she was gone, he became erratic, particularly where his daughter was involved." Jared opened his mouth. Matson held up a hand. "I'm not blaming him, Private," Matson said. "His wife was dead. He had a little girl. He was worried about her. I was a parent too. I remember what it's like. But that, topped with his own organizational issues, created problems. He was behind on his projects as it was. It's one of the reasons I brought him back here for the testing phase. I wanted him to be able to get work done and not be distracted. And it worked. We finished testing ahead of schedule and things went so well that I gave the go-ahead to have him bumped up to the director level, which was something I wouldn't have done before the test phase. He was on his way back to Cubble when it was attacked. He thought you turned down his request because you're a pissant tyrant, Jared said. Well, of course he did, Matson said. That's Bhutan all over. Look, he and I never got along. Our personalities didn't mesh. He was high maintenance, and if it weren't for the fact he was a fucking genius, he wouldn't have been worth the trouble. He resented the fact that I, or one of my people, was always looking over his shoulder. He resented having to explain and justify his work. And he resented that I didn't give a shit if he resented it. I'm not surprised he thought it was just me being petty. And you're saying it wasn't, Jared said. It wasn't, Matson said. And then threw up his hands when Jared gave him a skeptical look. Okay, look, perhaps our history of bad blood played a small role. Maybe I was less willing to cut him a break than I would be someone else. Fine. But my main concern was getting work out of him, and I did promote the son of a bitch. But he never forgave you for what happened to Zoe, Jared said. Do you think I wanted his little girl dead, Private? Matson said. Do you think that I wasn't aware that if I had just said yes to his request, she'd be alive now? Christ. I don't blame Bhutan for hating me after that. I didn't intend for Zoe Bhutan to die, but I accept I bear a part of the responsibility for the fact she is dead. I said as much to Bhutan himself. See if that is in your memories. It was. Jared saw in his mind Matson approaching him in his lab, awkwardly offering his condolences and sympathy. Jared recalled how appalled he felt at the fumbled words and their implicit suggestion that Matson should be absolved of the death of his child. He felt some of the cold rage wash over him now and had to remind himself that the memories he was feeling were from another person, about a child who was not his own. He didn't accept your apology, Jared said. I'm aware of that, Private, Matson said, and sat there for a moment before he spoke up again. So, who are you now? He asked. It's clear you have Bhutan's memories. Are you him now? In your gut, I mean? I'm still me, Jared said. I'm still Jared Dirac. But I feel what Charles Bhutan felt. I understand what he did. Robbins spoke up. You understand what he did, he repeated. Does that mean you agree with it? His treason? Jared asked. Robbins nodded. No, I can feel what he felt. I feel how angry he was. I feel how he missed his daughter. I don't know how he got from there to turning on all of us. You can't feel it, or you don't remember it? Robbins asked. Both, Jared said. More memory was returning after his epiphany at Kabul. Specific incidents and data from all parts of Bhutan's life. Jared could sense that whatever happened there had changed him and made him more fertile ground for Bhutan's life. But the gaps were still there. Jared had to keep himself from worrying about them. Maybe more will come the more I think about it, he said. Right now, I've got nothing on that. But you know where he is now, Matson said, bringing Jared back from his reverie. Bhutan, you know where he is. I know where he was, Jared said. Or at least I know where he was going when he left. The name was clear in Jared's brain. Bhutan had focused on the name like a talisman, burning it indelibly into memory. He went to Arist. There was a brief moment while Matson and Robbins accessed their brain pals for information on Arist. Well, crap, Matson said, eventually. The open home system housed 4 gas giants, one of which, Cha, orbited in a Goldilocks zone for carbon-based life and had 3 planet-sized moons among several dozen smaller satellites. The smallest of the large moons, Saru, lay in orbit just outside the planet's Roche limit, and was racked by immense tidal forces that turned it into an uninhabitable ball of lava. The second, Obener, was half again the size of Earth, but less massive due to a metal-poor composition. This was the Oben home world. The third, of Earth size and mass, was Arist. Arist was thickly populated with native life forms, but largely uninhabited by the Oben, with only a few outposts of any size on the moon. Nevertheless, its close proximity to Obener would make it almost impossible to assault. CDF ships wouldn't be able to simply sneak in. Arist was only a few light seconds from Obener. Almost as soon as they appeared, the Oben would be moving in for the kill. Nothing short of a large assault force would stand a chance of extracting Bhutan from Arist. Extracting Bhutan would be declaring war, a war the colonial union wasn't ready to commit to, even with the Oben standing alone. "We're going to have to talk to General Zillard about this," Robin said to Matson. "Oh, shit," Matson said. "If there was ever a job for Special Forces, this is it." "Speaking of which," Matson focused on Jared, "once we drop this in Zillard's lap, you're going back to Special Forces. Dealing with this is going to be his problem, and that means you're going to be his problem, too." "I'm going to miss you, too, General," Jared said. Matson snorted. "You really are sounding more like Lieutenant every day. And that's not a good thing. Which reminds me, as my last official order to you, get down to see the bug and Lieutenant Wilson and let them get another look at your brain. I'm giving you back to General Zillard, but I promised I wouldn't break you. Being a little too much like Bhutan might qualify as broken by his standard. It does by mine." "Yes, sir," Jared said. "Good. You're dismissed." Matson picked up Bavar and tossed it to Jared. "Take this thing with you," he said. Jared caught it and set it back down on Matson's desk, facing the General. "Why don't you keep it, General?" Jared said, "as a reminder." He left before Matson could protest, nodding at Robbins as he left. Matson stared glumly at the stuffed elephant, and then up at Robbins, who appeared about to say something. Don't say a goddamn thing about the elephant, Colonel, Matson said. Robbins changed the topic. Do you think Zillard will take him back? He asked. You said it yourself. He's sounding more like Lieutenant every day. You're telling me this? Matson said, and waved in the direction of where Jared had gone. You and the General were the ones who wanted to build this little bastard from spare parts, if you'll recall. And now you've got him. Or his eyes got him. Christ. So you're worried, Robbins said. I've never stopped being worried about him, Matson said. When he was with us, I kept hoping he'd do something stupid so I would have a legitimate excuse to have him shot. I don't like that we've bred a second traitor, especially one with a military body and brain. If it were up to me, I'd take Private Dirac and put him in a nice big room that features a toilet and a food slot and keep him there until he rots. He's still technically under your command, Robbins said. Zai's made it clear he wants him back, for whatever damn fool reason he has, Matson said. He commands combat troops. If we go to the Mammoth, he'll get the decision. Matson picked up Babar, examined him. I just hope to holy fuck he knows what he's doing. Well, Robin said, maybe Dirac won't actually be as much like Lieutenant as you think he will be. Matson snorted derisively and wiggled Babar at Robbins. See this? This isn't just some goddamn souvenir. It's a message straight from Charles Boutin himself. No, Colonel. Dirac is exactly as much like Boutin as I think he is. There's no question about it, Hyman said to Jarrett. You've become Charles Boutin. The hell I have, Jarrett said. The hell you have, Hyman agreed, and motioned to the display. Your consciousness pattern is now almost entirely identical to what Boutin left us. There's still some variation, of course, but it's trivial. For all intents and purposes, you have the same mind as Charles Boutin had. I don't feel any different, Jarrett said. Don't you? Harry Wilson said, from the other side of the lab. Jarrett opened his mouth to respond, then stopped. Wilson grinned. You do feel different, he said. I can tell it. So can Kynan. You're more aggressive than you were before. You're sharper with the retort. Jared Dirac was quieter, more subdued, more innocent. Although that's probably not the absolute best way to put it. You're not quiet and subdued anymore, and certainly not innocent. I remember Charles Boutin. You're a lot more like him than like who Jared Dirac used to be. I don't feel like becoming a traitor, Jared said. Of course you don't, Kynan said. You share the same consciousness, and you even share some of the same memories, but you have your own experiences, and that has shaped how you look at things. It's as with identical twins. They share the same genetics, but they don't share the same lives. Charles Boutin is your mind twin, but your experiences are still your own. So you don't think I'll go back, Jared said. Kynan did an array shrug. Jared looked over to Wilson, who did a human shrug. You say you know Charlie's motivation for going bad was the death of his daughter, he said. You have the memory of that daughter and her death in you now, but nothing you've done or that we've seen in your head suggests that you're going to crack because of it. We're going to suggest they let you back into active duty. Whether they take our recommendation or not is another thing entirely, since the lead scientist on the project is one who until about a year ago was plotting to overthrow humanity, but I don't think that's your problem. It certainly is my problem, Jared said, because I want to find Boutin, not just help with the mission, and absolutely not to sit it out. I want to find him and I want to bring him back. Why? Kynan asked. I want to understand him. I want to know what it takes to make someone do this. What makes them a traitor? Jared said. You would be surprised at how little it takes, Kynan said. Something even as simple as kindness from an enemy. Kynan turned away. Jared suddenly remembered Kynan's status and his allegiance. Lieutenant Wilson, Kynan said, still looking away. Would you give me and Private Dirac a moment? Wilson arched his eyebrows, but said nothing as he left the lab. Kynan turned back to Jared. I wanted to apologize to you, Private, Kynan said, and to warn you. Jared gave Kynan an uncertain smile. You don't need to apologize to me for anything, Kynan, he said. I disagree, Kynan said. It was my cowardice that brought you into being. If I had been strong enough to hold out against the torture your Lieutenant Sagan put me through, I would be dead, and you humans would not have known of the war against you, or that Charles Boutin was still alive. If I had been stronger, there would have never been a reason for you to have been born, and to be saddled with a consciousness that has taken over your being, for better or for worse. But I was weak, and I wanted to live, even if living was as a prisoner and a traitor. As some of your colonists would say, that is my karma, which I have to grapple with on my own. But quite unintentionally, I have sinned against you, Private, Kynan said. As much as anyone, I am your father, because I am the cause of the terrible wrong they have committed against you. It's bad enough that humans bring soldiers to life with artificial minds, with those damned brain pals of yours. To have you born only to carry the consciousness of another is an abomination, a violation of your right to be your own person. It's not as bad as all that, Jared said. Oh, but it is, Kynan said. We Array are a spiritual and principled people. Our beliefs are at the core of how we respond to our world. One of our highest values is the sanctity of self, the belief that every person must be allowed to make their own choices. Well, Kynan did a neck bobble. Every Array, in any event. Like most races, we're less concerned about the needs of other races, especially when they are opposed to our own. Nevertheless, Kynan continued, choice matters. Independence matters. When you first came to Wilson and me, we gave you the choice to continue. You remember? Jared nodded. I must confess to you that I did that not only for your sake, but for my own. Since I was the one who caused you to be born without choices, it was my moral duty to give one to you. When you took it, when you made a choice, I felt some of my sin lift away. Not all of it. I still have my karma, but some. I thank you for that, Private. You're welcome, Jared said. Now, my warning to you, Kynan said. Lieutenant Sagan tortured me when we first met, and at the end of it I broke and told her almost everything she wanted to know about our plans to attack you humans. But I told her one lie. I told her I never met Charles Boutin. You've met him? Jared asked. I have, Kynan said. Once, when you came to talk to me and other Array scientists about the architecture of the Brain Pal and how we might adapt it for the Array. A fascinating human. Very intense, charismatic in his way, even to the Array. He is passionate, and we as a people respond to passion. Very passionate, very driven, and very angry. Kynan leaned in close. Private, I know you think that this is about Bhutan's daughter, and to some extent maybe it is, but there is something else motivating Bhutan as well. His daughter's death may simply have been the discrete event that caused an idea to crystallize in Bhutan's mind. And it's that idea that fuels him. It's what made him a traitor. What is it? Jared asked. What's the idea? I don't know, Kynan confessed. Revenge is the easy guess, of course, but I've met the man. Revenge doesn't explain it all. You would be in a better position to know, Private. You do have his mind. I have no idea, Jared said. Well, perhaps it will come, Kynan said. My warning is to remember that whatever it is that motivates him, he has given himself to it entirely and completely. It's too late to convince him otherwise. The danger for you will be that if you meet him, you will empathize with him and with his motivation. You are designed to understand him after all. Bhutan will use this if he can. What should I do? Jared asked. Remember who you are, Kynan said. Remember that you're not him. And remember that you always have a choice. I'll remember, Jared said. I hope you do, Kynan said, and stood. I wish you luck, Private. You can go now. When you leave, let Wilson know he can come back in. Kynan wandered over to a cabinet, intentionally choosing to put his back to Jared. Jared stepped out the door. You can go back in, Jared said to Wilson. Okay, Wilson said. I hope you two had a useful conversation. It was, Jared said. He's an interesting fellow. That's one way of putting it, Wilson said. You know, Dirac, he feels very paternal toward you. So I gathered, Jared said. I like it. Not exactly what I was expecting in a father, though. Wilson chortled. Life is full of surprises, Dirac, he said. Where are you off to now? I think I'll go see Kynan's granddaughter, Jared said. The Kestrel flipped on its skip drive 6 hours before Jared returned to Phoenix Station and translated to the system of a dim orange star that from Earth would be seen in the Cercinus constellation, but only if one had a proper telescope. It was there to pick through the remains of the Colonial Union freighter Handy. The black box data sent back to Phoenix via emergency skip drone suggested that someone had sabotaged the engines. No black box data was ever recovered from the Kestrel. Nothing of the Kestrel was ever recovered. Lieutenant Cloud looked up from his lair in the pilot's lounge, a table laid out with enticements to trap the unwary, namely a deck of cards, and saw Jared in front of him. Well, if it isn't the jokester himself, Cloud said, smiling. Hello, Lieutenant, Jared said. Long time no see. Not my fault, Cloud said. I've been here this whole time. Where have you been? Out saving humanity, Jared said. You know, the usual. It's a dirty job, but someone has to do it, Cloud said. And I'm glad it's you instead of me. Cloud kicked his leg to push out a chair and picked up the card. Now, see, why don't you? I'm due to the pre-lunch penalties of my supply run in about 15 minutes. It's just good enough time to teach you how to lose at Texas Hold'em. I never know where to do that, Jared said. See? That's again. Can't get it up. Can't get it up. I actually came to see you about your supply run, Jared said. I was hoping you'd let me deadhead down with you. I'll be happy to have you, Cloud said, and began shuffling the cards. Pay me your leave clearance and we'll be able to continue this game on board. The supply transport's on autopilot most of the way down anyway. I'm just on board so that if it crashes, they can say someone died. I don't have leave clearance, Jared said, but I need to get down to Phoenix. What for? Cloud asked. I need to visit a dead relative, Jared said. I'm going to be shipping out soon. Cloud chuckled and cut the deck of cards. I'm guessing the dead relative will be there when you get back, he said. It's not the dead relative I'm worried about, Jared said. He reached his hand out and pointed to the deck. May I? Cloud handed over the deck. Jared sat and began shuffling it. I can see you're a gambling man, Lieutenant, he said. He finished shuffling and put the deck in front of Cloud. Cut it, Jared said. Cloud cut the deck a third of the way down. Jared took the smaller portion and placed it in front of himself. We'll pick a card from our decks at the same time. I get the high card, you take me to Phoenix, I go see who I need to see. I'm back before you lift. And if I get the high card, we try for 2 out of 3, Cloud said. Jared smiled. That wouldn't be very sporting now, would it? Are you ready? Cloud nodded. Draw, Jared said. Cloud drew an 8 of diamonds. Jared drew a 6 of clubs. Damn, Jared said. He pushed his cards over to Cloud. Who's the dead relative? Cloud asked, taking the cards. It's complicated, Jared said. Try me, Cloud said. It's the clone of the man whose consciousness I was created to house, Jared said. Okay, so you were absolutely correct about this being complicated, Cloud said. I haven't the slightest idea what you just said. Someone who is like my brother, Jared said. Someone I didn't know. For someone who is just a year old, you lead an interesting life, Cloud said. I know, Jared said. It's not my fault, though. He stood up. I'll catch you later, Lieutenant. Oh, stop it, Cloud said. Give me a minute to take a leak and we'll go. Just keep quiet when we get to the transport and let me do all the talking. And remember, if we get in trouble, I'm going to blame it all on you. I wouldn't have it any other way, Jared said. Getting past the transport bay crew was almost ridiculously simple. Jared stuck close to Cloud, who ran through his pre-flight check and consulted his crew with business-like efficiency. They ignored Jared, or assumed that since he was with Cloud, he had every right to be there. 30 minutes later, the transport was easing its way down to Phoenix Station, and Jared was showing Cloud that he wasn't actually very good at losing at Texas Hold'em. This annoyed Cloud greatly. At the Phoenix Station ground port, Cloud consulted with the ground crew and then came back to Jared. It's going to take them about 3 hours to load her up, he said. Can you get to where you're going and be back before then? The cemetery is just outside Phoenix City, Jared said. You should be fine then, Cloud said. How are you going to get there? I haven't the slightest idea, Jared said. What? Cloud said. Jared shrugged. I didn't actually think you'd take me, he confessed. I didn't plan this far ahead. Cloud laughed. God loves a fool, he said, and then motioned to Jared. Come on, then. Let's go meet your brother. Metairie Catholic Cemetery lay in the heart of Metairie, one of the oldest neighborhoods in Phoenix City. It was around when Phoenix was still called New Virginia, and Phoenix City was still Clinton, before the attacks that leveled the early colony and forced humans to regroup and reconquer the planet. The earliest graves in the cemetery dated back to the early days, when Metairie was a line of plastic and mud buildings, and proud Louisianans had settled there with the pretensions of its being Clinton's first suburb. The graves Jared visited were on the other side of the cemetery from the first line of the dead. The graves were marked by a single headstone upon which 3 names were engraved, each with their separate dates: Charles, Cheryl, and Zoe Boutin. Jesus, Cloud said. An entire family. No, Jared said, kneeling down at the headstone. Not really. Cheryl is here. Zoe died far away, and her body was lost with many others. And Charles isn't dead. This is someone else, a clone he created so it would look like he had killed himself. Jared reached out and touched the headstone. There's no family here. Cloud looked at Jared, kneeling by the headstone. I think I'll take a look around, he said, trying to give Jared some time. No, Jared said, and looked over. Please, I'll be done in just a minute, and then we can go. Cloud nodded in assent, but looked toward the close-by trees. Jared returned his attention to the headstone. He lied to Cloud about who he had come to see, because who he wanted to see wasn't here. Outside of a bit of pity, Jared found himself at an emotional loss regarding the poor, nameless clone Boutin killed to fake his own death. Nothing in the still emerging bank of memories Jared shared with Boutin featured the clone in anything but the most clinical of settings, emotional or otherwise. The clone wasn't a person to Boutin, but a means to an end that Jared, naturally enough, had no memory of, since the recording of his consciousness was done before Boutin pulled the trigger. Jared tried to feel some sympathy for the clone, but there were others here he had come for. Jared hoped the clone indeed had never woken up, and left it at that. Jared focused on the name Cheryl Boutin, and felt muted, conflicted emotions echo back from his memory. Jared realized that while Boutin had affection for his wife, labeling that affection as love would have been overstating the case. The two married because they both wanted children, and they both understood and liked being around the other well enough, although Jared sensed that even that emotional attachment had been tamped down by the end. Their mutual joy of their daughter kept them from separation. Even their cooled relationship was tolerable and preferable to the mess of a divorce and the trouble it would cause their child. From some crevasse in Jared's mind came an unexpected memory about Cheryl's death, that on her fatal trip she had not been hiking alone. She had been with a friend who Bhutan suspected was her lover. There was no jealousy that Jared could detect. Bhutan didn't begrudge her a lover. He had one of his own. But Jared felt the anger Bhutan felt at the funeral, when the suspected lover had lingered over the grave too long at the end of the funeral ceremony. It took time away from Bhutan's final farewell to his wife, and Zoe's to her mother. Zoe. Jared traced her name on the gravestone and said the name in the place she should have rested, but did not, and felt again the grief that spilled from Bhutan's memories into his own heart. Jared touched the gravestone once more, felt the name engraved into stone, and wept. A hand rested on Jared's shoulder. He looked up to see Cloud there. "It's all right," Cloud said. "We all lose the people we love." Jared nodded. "I know," he said. "I lost someone I loved. Sarah. I felt her die, and then I felt the hole she left inside me. But this is different." "It's different because it's a child," Cloud said. "It's a child I never knew," Jared said, and looked up at Cloud again. "She died before I was born. I didn't know her. I couldn't know her. But I do." He gestured to his temples. "Everything about her is in here. I remember her being born. I remember her first steps and her first words. I remember holding her here at her mother's funeral. I remember the last time I saw her. I remember hearing that she was dead. It's all here." "No one has anyone else's memories," Cloud said. He said it in a way to soothe Jared. "It just doesn't work that way." Jared laughed bitterly. "But it does," he said. "It does with me. I told you, I was born to hold someone else's mind. They didn't think that it worked, but it did. And now his memories are my memories. His life is my life. His daughter." Jared stopped talking, unable to go on. Cloud kneeled down next to Jared and put an arm around his shoulder and let him mourn. "It's not fair," Cloud said eventually. "It's not fair you have to mourn this child." Jared gave a small laugh. "We're in the wrong universe for fair," he said simply. "That we are," Cloud agreed. "I want to mourn her," Jared said. "I feel her. I can feel the love I had for her, that he had for her. I want to remember her, even if that means I have to mourn her. That's not too much to bear for her memory. It's not, is it?" "No," Cloud said. "Guess it's not." "Thank you," Jared said. "Thank you for coming with me here. Thank you for helping me." "Hey, that's what friends are for," Cloud said. "Dirac," Jane Sagan said. She was standing behind them. "You've been reactivated." Jared felt the sudden snap of reintegration, and felt Jane Sagan's awareness wash over him, and felt mildly revolted by it, even as other parts of him rejoiced at coming back into a larger sense of being. Some part of Jared's brain noted that being integrated wasn't just about sharing information, becoming part of a higher consciousness. It was also about control, a way to keep individuals tied to the group. There was a reason why Special Forces soldiers hardly ever retired. Being retired means losing integration. Losing integration means being alone. Special Forces soldiers were almost never alone, even when they were by themselves. "Dirac," Sagan said again. "Speak normally," Jared said. and stood up, still looking away from Sagan. "You're being rude." There was an infinitesimal pause before Sagan responded. "Very well," she said. "Private Dirac, it's time to go. We're needed back on Phoenix Station." "Why?" Jared said. "I'm not going to talk about it in front of him," Sagan said, indicating Cloud. "No offense, Lieutenant." "And none taken," Cloud said. "Tell me out loud," Jared said, "or I'm not going." "I'm giving you an order," Sagan said. "And I'm telling you to take your orders and shove them up your ass," Jared said. "I'm suddenly very tired of being part of Special Forces. I'm tired of being shoved around from place to place. Unless you tell me where I'm going and why, I think I'm just staying right here." Sagan audibly sighed. She turned to Cloud. "Believe me when I tell you that if any of this passes your lips, I will shoot you myself, at very close range." "Lady," Cloud said, "I believe every word you say." 3 hours ago, the Red Hawk was destroyed by the Oban, Sagan said. "It managed to launch a skip drone before it was totally destroyed. We've lost 2 other ships in the last 2 days. They've entirely disappeared. We think the Oban tried to do the same with the Red Hawk, but weren't able to do it for whatever reason. We got lucky, if you want to call this lucky. Between these 3 ships and 4 other Special Forces ships that have disappeared in the last month, it's clear the Oban are targeting Special Forces." "Why?" Jared said. "We don't know," Sagan said. "But General Zillard has decided we're not going to wait until more of our ships get attacked. We're going in to get Lieutenant Dirac. We move in 12 hours. "That's crazy," Jared said. "All we know is that he's on a wrist. That's an entire moon to look at. No matter how many ships we use, we'll be attacking the Oban home system." "We know where he is on the wrist," Sagan said. "And we have a plan to get past the Oban to get him." "How?" "That I'm not saying out loud," Sagan said. "It's the end of discussion, Dirac. Come with me or don't. We've got 12 hours until the attack begins. You've already caused me to waste time coming down here to get you. Don't let's waste any more time getting back." Chapter 11. "God damn it, General," Jane Sagan thought as she tracked through the kite, heading toward the landing bay control room. "Stop hiding from me, you officious prick." She took care not to actually send the thought in the conversational mode of the Special Forces. Because of the similarity between thinking and speaking for Special Forces members, nearly every one of them had had a "did I say that out loud" moment or two. But that particular thought spoken aloud would be more trouble than it was worth. Sagan had been on the hunt for General Zillard since the moment she had gotten the order to retrieve Jared Dirac from his AWOL adventure on Phoenix. The order had come through with the notice that Dirac was once again under her command, and with a set of classified memos from Colonel Robbins detailing the latest events in Dirac's life. His trip to Kabul, his sudden memory dump, and the fact that his consciousness pattern was now definitively that of Charles Boutin. In addition to this material was a note forwarded by Robbins from General Matson to Zillard, in which Matson strongly urged Zillard not to return Dirac to active duty, suggesting he be detained at least until the upcoming round of hostilities featuring the Oban was settled one way or another. Sagan thought General Matson was a jackass, but she had to admit he had hit the nail on the head. Sagan had never been comfortable with Dirac under her command. He'd been a good and competent soldier, but knowing he had a second consciousness in his skull, waiting to leak down and contaminate the first, made her wary, and aware of the chance that he'd crack on the mission and get someone killed besides himself. Sagan considered it a victory that when he did crack, that day on the Phoenix Station promenade, he was on shore leave. And it wasn't until Matson swooped in to relieve her of further responsibility toward Dirac that she allowed herself to feel pity for him and to recognize that he had never justified the suspicion she held him in. That was then, Sagan thought. Now Dirac was back, and he was certifiably around the bend. It had taken most of her will not to tear him a new asshole when he had been insubordinate on Phoenix. If she had had the stun pistol she used on him when he originally cracked, she would have shot him in the head a second time just to make the point that his transplanted attitude didn't impress her. As it was, she could barely remain civil to him on the ride back. this time by fast courier shuttle, directly to the kite's bay. Zillard was on board, conferring with Kite Commander Major Crick. The general had ignored Sagan's earlier hails when she was on the kite, and he was on Phoenix Station. But now that the two of them were on the same ship, she was prepared to block his path until she had her say. She marched herself up the stairwell, 2 steps at a time, and opened the door to the control room. "I knew you were coming," Zillard said to her as she entered the room. He was sitting in front of the control panel that operated the bay. The officer that operated the bay could do nearly all his tasks via BrainPal, of course, and usually did. The control panel was there as a backup. When it got right down to it, all the ship controls were essentially BrainPal backups. "Of course you knew I was coming," Sagan said. "You're the commander of the Special Forces. You can locate any of us from our BrainPal signal." "It wasn't that," Zillard said. "I just know who you are. The possibility of you not coming to find me once I put Dirac back under your command didn't even cross my mind." Zillard turned his chair slightly and stretched out his legs. "I was so confident you were coming that I even cleared out the room so we'd have some privacy. And here we are." "Permission to speak freely?" Sagan asked. "Of course," Zillard said. "You're out of your goddamned mind, sir," Sagan said. Zillard laughed out loud. "I didn't expect you to speak that freely, Lieutenant," he said. "You've seen the same reports I have," Sagan said. "I know you're aware of how much Dirac is like Bhutan now. Even his brain works the same. And yet you want to put him on a mission to find Bhutan." "Yes," Zillard said. "Christ," Sagan said, out loud. Special Forces speak was fast and efficient, but it wasn't very good for exclamations. Nevertheless, Sagan backed herself up, sending a wave of frustration and irritation toward General Zillard, which he accepted wordlessly. "I don't want responsibility for him," Sagan said, finally. "I don't remember asking you if you wanted the responsibility," Zillard said. "He's a danger to the other soldiers in my platoon," Sagan said. "And he's a danger to the mission. You know what it means if we don't succeed. We don't need the additional risk." "I disagree," Zillard said. "For God's sake," Sagan said. "Why?" "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer," Zillard said. "What?" Sagan said. She was suddenly reminded of a conversation with Kynan months before when he had said the same thing. Zillard repeated the same, then said, "We have the enemy as close as he can possibly get. He's in our ranks, and he doesn't know he's the enemy. Dirac thinks he's one of us because as far as he knows, he is. But now he thinks like our enemy thinks and acts like our enemy acts, and we'll know everything he knows. That's incredibly useful, and it's worth the risk." "Unless he turns," Sagan said. "You'll know it if he does," Zillard said. "He's integrated with your whole platoon. The minute he acts against your interests, you'll know about it, and so will everyone else on the mission." "Integration isn't mind-reading," Sagan said. "We'll only know after he starts doing something. That means he could kill one of my soldiers, or give away our positions, or any number of other things. Even with integration, he's still a real danger." "You're right about one thing, Lieutenant," Zillard said. "Integration isn't mind-reading, unless you have the right firmware." Sagan felt a ping in her communication queue, an upgrade to her BrainPal. Before she could give assent, it began to unpack. Sagan felt an uncomfortable jolt as the upgrade propagated, causing a momentary flux in her brain's electrical patterns. "What the hell was that?" Sagan asked. "That was the mind-reading upgrade," Zillard said. "Usually only generals and certain very specialized military investigators get this one, but in your case, I think it's warranted. For this mission, anyway. Once you're back, we're going to yank it back out, and if you ever speak about it to anyone, we'll have to put you somewhere very small and distant." "I don't understand how this is possible," Sagan said. Zillard made a face. "Think about it, Lieutenant," he said. "Think about how we're communicating. We're thinking, and our BrainPal is interpreting that we are choosing to speak to someone else when we do so. Outside of intent, there is no significant difference between our public thoughts and our private ones. What would be remarkable is if we couldn't read minds. It's what the BrainPal is supposed to do." "But you don't tell people that," Sagan said. Zillard shrugged. No one wants to know they have no privacy, even in their own heads. So you can read my private thoughts, Sagan said. You mean like the one where you called me an officious prick? Zillard asked. There was context for that, Sagan said. There always is, Zillard said. Relax, Lieutenant. Yes, I can read your thoughts. I can read the thoughts of anyone who is in my command structure, but usually I don't. It's not necessary, and most of the time it's almost completely useless anyway. But you can read people's thoughts, Sagan said. Yes, but most people are boring, Zillard said. When I first got the upgrade, after I was put in command of the Special Forces, I spent an entire day listening to people's thoughts. You know what the vast majority of people are thinking the vast majority of the time? They're thinking, I'm hungry, or I need to take a dump, or I want to fuck that guy. And then it's back to, I'm hungry. And then they repeat the sequence until they die. Trust me, Lieutenant. A day with this capability, in your opinion of the complexity and wonder of the human mind, will suffer an irreversible decline. Sagan smiled. If you say so, she said. I do say so, Zillard said. However, in your case, this capability will be of actual use, because you'll be able to hear Dirac's thoughts and feel his private emotions without him knowing he's being observed. If he is thinking of treason, you'll know it almost before he does. You can react to it before Dirac kills one of your soldiers or compromises your mission. I think that's a sufficient check to the risk of bringing him along. And what should I do if he turns? Sagan asked. If he becomes a traitor. Then you kill him, of course, Zillard said. Don't hesitate about it. But you be sure, Lieutenant. Now you know that I can get inside your head, so I trust you'll refrain from blowing his head off just because you're feeling twitchy. Yes, General, Sagan said. Good, Zillard said. Where is Dirac now? He's with the platoon, getting ready, down there in the bay. I gave him our orders on the way up, Sagan said. Why don't you check in on him? Zillard asked. With the upgrade? Sagan asked. Yes, Zillard said. Learn to use it before your mission. You're not going to have time to fiddle with it later. Sagan accessed her new utility, found Dirac, and listened in. This is nuts, Jared thought to himself. You got that right, Stephen Seaborg said. He had joined 2nd Platoon while Jared had been away. Did I say that out loud? Jared said. No, I read minds, you jerk, Seaborg said, and sent a ping of amusement Jared's way. Whatever issues Jared and Seaborg had disappeared after the death of Sarah Pauling. Seaborg's jealousy of Jared, or whatever it was outweighed by their mutual feeling of the loss of Sarah. Jared would hesitate to call him a friend, but the bond they had was more amicable than not, now reinforced by their additional bond of integration. Jared glanced around the bay, at the 24 skip-drive sleds in it, the total fleet of skip-drive sleds that had been produced to that point. He looked over at Seaborg, who was climbing into one to check it out. So this is what we're going to use to attack an entire planet, Seaborg said. A couple of dozen Special Forces soldiers, each in their own space-traveling gerbil cage. You've seen a gerbil cage? Jared asked. Of course not, Seaborg said. I've never even seen a gerbil. But I've seen pictures, and that's what this looks like to me. What sort of idiot would ride in one of these things? I've ridden in one, Jared said. That answers that, Seaborg said. What was it like? I felt exposed, Jared said. Wonderful, Seaborg said, and rolled his eyes. Jared knew how he felt, but he also saw the logic behind the assault. Nearly all spacefaring creatures used ships to get from one point to another in real space. Planetary detection and defense grids, by necessity, had the resolution power to detect the large objects that ships tended to be. The Oban defense grid around Arist was no different. A Special Forces ship would be spotted and attacked in an instant. A tiny, wireframe object, barely larger than a man, would not. Special Forces knew this because it had already sent the sleds on 6 different occasions, sneaking through the defense grid to spy on the communications coming off the moon. It was on the last of these missions that they heard Charles Boutin on a communication beam broadcasting in the open, sending a voice note toward Obener asking about the arrival time of a supply ship. The Special Forces soldiers who had caught the signal chased it down to its source, a small science outpost on the shore of one of Arist's many large islands. He'd waited to hear a second transmission from Bhutan to confirm his location before he returned. Upon hearing this fact, Jared had accessed the recorded file to hear the voice of the man he was supposed to have been. He had heard Bhutan's voice before, on voice recordings that Wilson and Kynan had played for him. The voice on those recordings was the same as the one on this one, older, creakier, and more stressed, but there was no mistaking the timbre or cadence. Jarrett was aware just how much Bhutan's sounded like his own, which was to be expected, and also more than a little disconcerting. I've got a strange life, Jarrett thought, and then he glanced up to make sure the thought hadn't leaped. Seaboard was still examining the sled and gave no indication of having heard him. Jared walked through the collection of sleds toward another object in the room, a spherical object, slightly larger than the sleds itself. It was a piece of interesting Special Forces skullduggery called a capture pod, used when Special Forces had something or someone they wanted to evacuate but couldn't evacuate themselves. Inside the sphere was a hollow designed to hold a single member of most mid-sized intelligent species. Special Forces soldiers shoved them in, sealed the pod, and then backed off as the pod's lifters blasted the pod toward the sky. Inside the pod, a strong anti-gravity field kicked in when the lifters did. Otherwise, the occupant would be flattened. The pod would then be retrieved by a Special Forces ship located overhead. The capture pod was for Bhutan. The plan was simple. Attack the science station where they had located Bhutan and disable its communications. Grab Bhutan and stuff him into the capture pod, which would head out to skip drive distance. The kite would pop in just long enough to grab the pod and then get out before the Oban could give chase. After Bhutan's capture, the science station would be destroyed with an old favorite, a meteor just large enough to wipe the station off the planet, which would hit just far enough away from the station that no one would get suspicious. In this case, it would be a hit in the ocean several miles off the coast, so the science station would be obliterated in the ensuing tsunami. The Special Forces had been working with falling rocks for decades. They knew how to make it look like an accident. If everything went to plan, the Oban wouldn't even know they had been attacked. To Jared's eye, there were two major flaws in the plan, both interrelated. The first was that the skip drive sleds could not land. They wouldn't survive contact with Arist's atmosphere, and even if they did, they wouldn't be steerable once they were in it. The members of 2nd Platoon on the mission would pop out into real space on the edge of Arist's atmosphere and then perform a near-space skydive down to the surface. Members of 2nd Platoon had done it before. Sagan had done it at the Battle of Coral and was none the worse for wear. But it struck Jared as asking for trouble. The method of their arrival created the second major flaw in the plan. There was no simple way to extract the 2nd Platoon after the mission was completed. Once Bhutan was captured, the 2nd's orders were ominous. Get as far away from the science station as possible, so as not to die in the scheduled tsunami. The mission plan had thoughtfully provided a map to a nearby high point that they figured should stay dry during the deluge, and then hike into the uninhabited interior of the island to hide out for several days until Special Forces could send a clutch of capture pods to retrieve them. It would take more than one round of capture pod retrievals to evacuate all 24 members of the 2nd that would be on the mission, and Sagan had already informed Jared that he and she would be the last people off the planet. Jared frowned at the memory of Sagan's pronouncement. Sagan had never been a big fan of his, he knew, and he knew that was because she was aware from the start that he had been bred out of a traitor. She had known more about him than he had. Her farewell, when he was transferred to Matson, seemed sincere enough, but since he had seen her at the cemetery and been returned to her command, she had seemed genuinely angry with him, as if he actually was Bhutan. On one level, Jared could sympathize. After all, as Kynan noted, he was more like Bhutan now than he was like his older self. But on a more immediate level, Jared resented being treated like the enemy. Jared wondered darkly if the reason Sagan was having him stay behind with her was so she could take care of him without anyone knowing. Then he shook the idea out of his head. Sagan was capable of killing him, he was sure, but she wouldn't, unless he gave her a reason. Best not to give her a reason, Jared thought. Anyway, it wasn't Sagan he was worried about. It was Bhutan himself. The mission anticipated some resistance from the small Oban military presence at the science station, but none from the scientists or from Bhutan. This struck Jared as wrong. Jared had Bhutan's anger in his head and knew the intelligence of the man, even if the details of all his work remained unclear to him. Jared doubted Bhutan would go without a fight. This didn't mean Bhutan would take up arms. He emphatically wasn't a warrior. But Bhutan's weapon was his brain. It was Bhutan's brain formulating a way to betray the colonial union that had put them all in this position to begin with. It was a bad assumption that they would simply be able to snatch and stuff Bhutan. He almost certainly had a surprise in store. What that surprise would be, however, eluded Jared. "You hungry?" Seaborg asked Jared. "Because thinking about how insane a mission is going to be always makes me want to eat." Jared grinned. "You must be hungry a lot." "What are the benefits of being Special Forces?" Seaborg said. "That and skipping the awkward teenage years." "Studying up on teenagers?" Jared asked. "Sure," Seaborg said. "Because if I'm lucky, I'll get to be one day." "You just said we get to skip the awkward teenage years," Jared said. "Well, when I get there, they won't be awkward," Seaborg said. "Now come on, it's lasagna tonight." They went to get something to eat. Sagan opened her eyes. "How did it go?" asked Zillard, who had been watching her as she listened in to Jared. "Durak's worried that we're underestimating Bhutan," Sagan said. "That he's planned for being attacked in some way we've missed." "Good," Zillard said. "Because I feel the same way. That's why I want Durak on the mission." A wrist, green and cloudy, filled Jared's vision, surprising him with its immensity. Popping into existence at the bare edge of a planet's atmosphere with nothing but a carbon fiber cage around you was profoundly disturbing. Jared felt like he was going to fall, which was, of course, exactly what he was doing. Enough of this, he thought, and began disconnecting himself from his sled. Planetward, Jared located the 5 other members of his squad, all of whom translated before him. Sagan, Seaborg, Daniel Harvey, Anita Manley, and Vernon Wigner. He also spotted the capture pod and breathed a sigh of relief. The capture pod's mass was just short of the 5-ton mark. There was a small but real concern it would be too massive to use the mini skip drive. All of Jared's squad had pulled themselves from their sleds and were free-floating, slowly drifting from the spidery vehicles that had brought them this far. The 6 of them were the forward force. Their job was to guide down the capture pod and secure a landing area for the remaining members of 2nd Platoon, who would be following quickly behind. The island Bhutan was on was carpeted with a thick tropical forest, which made any landing difficult. Sagan had chosen a small meadowed area about 15 clicks from the science station to land at. "Keep dispersed," Sagan said to her squad. "We'll regroup when we get through the worst of the atmosphere. Radio silence until you hear from me." Jared maneuvered himself to look at a wrist and drank it in until his brain pal, sensing the first tenuous effects of the atmosphere, wrapped him in a protective sphere of nanobots that flowed from a pack on his back and secured him in the middle to keep him from making contact with the sphere and crisping himself where they intersected. The inside of the sphere let in no light. Jared was suspended in a small, dark, private universe. Left to his own thoughts, Jared returned to the Oban, the implacable and fascinating race whose company Bhutan kept. The colonial union's records of the Oban went all the way back to the beginning of the union, when a discussion over who owned the planet the human settlers had named Casablanca ended with the settlers removed with horrifying efficiency, and the colonial forces charged with taking back the planet likewise utterly routed. The Oban wouldn't surrender and would not take prisoners. Once they decided they wanted something, they kept coming at it until they had it. Get in their way enough, and they would decide it was in their interest to remove you permanently. The Ayla, who had fashioned the diamond dome of the general's mess at Phoenix, were not the first race the Oban had methodically wiped out, nor the last. The one saving grace about the Oban was that they were not particularly acquisitive as star-faring races went. The colonial union would start 10 colonies in the time it took the Oban to start one, and while the Oban were not shy about taking a planet held by another race when it suited them, it didn't suit them all that often. Alma had been the first planet since Casablanca that the Oban had taken from humans, and even then it appeared that it was more of a case of opportunism, taking it from the array, who presumably had fought to get it from the humans, than genuine expansion. The Oban reluctance to unnecessarily expand the race's holdings was one of the primary reasons the CDF suspected someone else had initiated the attack. If, as was suspected, it had been the array who attacked Omagh and then managed to keep it, the colonial union would almost certainly have retaliated and attempted to take back the colony. The other interesting thing about the Oban, which made their putative alliance with the array and the Enisha so puzzling to Jared, was that in general, unless you were in their way or trying to get into their face, the Oban were utterly uninterested in other intelligent races. They kept no embassies, nor had official communication with other races. As far as the colonial union was aware, never once did the Oban ever formally declare war or sign a treaty with any other race. If you were at war with the Oban, you knew it because they were shooting at you. If you weren't at war with them, they had no communication with you at all. The Oban were not xenophobes. That would imply they hated other races. They simply didn't care about them. That the Oban, of all races, would align with not one but two other races was extraordinary. That they would align against the colonial union was ominous. Underneath all of the data about Oban's relations, or lack thereof, with other intelligent races, was a rumor about the race that the CDF did not give much credence to, but noted due to its widespread belief among other races. The Oban did not evolve intelligence, but were given it by another race. The CDF discounted the rumor because the idea that any of the fiercely competitive races in this part of the galaxy would take the time to uplift some rock-banging underachievers was unlikely to the point of ridiculousness. The CDF knew of races who had exterminated the near-intelligent creatures they had discovered on the real estate they wanted, on the grounds that it was never too early to eliminate a competitor. It had known of none that did the opposite. If the rumor were true, it would rather strongly imply that the intelligent designers of the Oban were the Khonsu, the only species in the local neighborhood with the high-end technological means to attempt a species-wide uplift, and also the philosophical motive, given that the Khonsu's racial mission was to bring all other intelligent species in the area into a state of perfection, i.e., like the Khonsu. The problem with that theory was that the Khonsu's method of bringing other races closer to Khonsu-like perfection usually involved forcing some poor hapless race to fight them, or pitting one lesser race against another, as the Khonsu did when they matched humans against the array for the Battle of Coral. Even the species most likely to have created another intelligent species was more likely to destroy one instead, directly or indirectly. The race, a victim of not meeting the Khonsu's high and inscrutable standards. The Khonsu's high and inscrutable standards were the primary argument against the Khonsu creating the Oban, because the Oban, unique among all intelligent races, had almost no culture to speak of. What few xenographical studies of the Oban had been done by humans or other races discovered that aside from a spare and utilitarian language and a facility for practical technology, the Oban produced nothing of creative note. No significant art across any of their perceivable senses. no literature, no religion or philosophy that xenographers could recognize as such. The Oban barely even had politics, which was unheard of. The Oban society was so bereft of culture that one researcher contributing to the CDF file on the Oban suggested quite seriously that it was an open question whether Oban performed casual conversation, or indeed were even capable of it. Jared was no expert on the Kansu, but it seemed unlikely to him that a people so concerned with the ineffable and eschatological would create a people incapable of concerning themselves with either. If the Oban were what happened with intelligent design, it was an affirming argument for the value of evolution. The sphere of nanobots surrounding Jared flung away and behind. He blinked furiously in the light until his eyes adjusted, and then sensed around for his squad. Tight beams found him and highlighted the others, their bodies almost invisible thanks to their input-sensitive unitards. Even the capture pod was canoed. Jared floated toward the capture pod to check its status, but was warned away from it by Sagan, who checked it herself. Jared and the rest of the squad grouped closer together, but not so close they would get in each other's way when they deployed their chutes. The squad deployed chutes at the lowest possible height. Even camouflaged parachutes could be seen by an eye that knew what to look for. The capture pod's parachute was immense and designed to support dramatic air braking. It made impressive snapping sounds as the nanobot-created canopy formed, filled with air, and then violently tore apart, only to form again a second later. Finally, the capture pod slowed enough that its parachute held. Jared turned to the science station, several clicks to the south, and upped the magnification on his cowl to see if there was any movement at the science station that would suggest they had been seen. He saw nothing and had his observation confirmed by Wigner and Harvey. Moments later, they were all on the ground, grunting as they moved the capture pod past the edge of the meadow and into the woods, and then moving quickly to augment its camouflage with foliage. "Everyone remember where we parked," Seaborg said. "Quiet," Sagan said, and appeared to be focusing on something internal. "That was Rankin," she said. "The others are getting ready to deploy chutes." She hoisted her MP. "Come on, let's make sure there aren't any surprises." Jared felt a peculiar sensation, like his brain being picked. "Oh, shit," Jared said. Sagan turned to look at him. "What?" she said. "We're in trouble," Jared said. And halfway through saying it, Jared felt his integration with his squad violently cut off. He gasped and clutched his head, overwhelmed by the feeling of having one of his major senses ripped out of his skull. Around him, Jared saw and heard the other squad members collapsing, crying out and vomiting from the pain and disorientation. He fell to his knees and tried to breathe. He retched. Jared struggled back to his feet and stumbled over to Sagan, who was on her knees, wiping her mouth from vomiting. He grabbed her arm and tried to pull her up. "Come on," Jared said. "We have to get up. We have to hide." "What?" Sagan coughed and spat and looked up at Jared. "What's going on?" "We're cut off," Jared said. "It's happened to me before when I was at Cubble. The Oban are blocking us from using our brain pals." "How?" Sagan yelled the question too loudly. "I don't know," Jared said. Sagan stood up. "It's Bhutan," she said groggily. "He told them how. Must have." "Maybe," Jared said. Sagan wobbled slightly. Jared steadied her and came around to face her. "We have to move, Lieutenant," he said. "If the Oban are blocking us, that means they know we're here. They're coming for us. We have to get our people up and moving." "We have more people coming," Sagan said. "Have to." She stopped and straightened, as if something cold and horrible had just washed over her. "Oh my God," she said. "Oh my God." She looked up into the sky. "What is it?" Jared asked, and looked up, scanning for the telltale subtle ripples of camouflaged parachutes. It took him a second to realize he didn't see any. It took him another second to realize what it meant. "Oh my God," Jared said. Alex Rankin's first guess was that he managed to lose his tight beam connection with the rest of the platoon. "Oh, shit," he thought, and shifted his position, spread-eagling and spinning a few times to let the tight beam receiver seek out and locate the other members of the platoon, letting his brain pal extrapolate their positions based on where they had been on their last transmission. He didn't need to find them all. Just one would do nicely, and then he would be reconnected, reintegrated. Nothing. Rankin pushed his concerns away. He had lost tight beam before. Only once, but once was enough to know it happened. He had reconnected when he made it to ground then. He'd do it again this time. He didn't have any more time to waste on it anyway because he was coming up on deployment altitude. They were deploying as low as possible to cover their tracks, so when to deploy was a matter of some precision. Rankin checked his brain pal to determine his altitude, and it was then he realized that for the last minute he'd had no contact with his brain pal at all. Rankin spent 10 seconds processing the thought. It refused to process. Then tried again, and this time his brain not only refused to process it, but pushed back against it, expelling it violently, knowing the consequences of accepting the thought as truth. He attempted to access his brain pal once, and then again, and then again, and then again, and then again, each time fighting back a sense of panic that fed on itself exponentially. He called out inside his head. No one answered. No one had heard him. He was alone. Alex Rankin lost most of his mind then, and for the rest of his fall twisted and kicked and tore at the sky, screaming with a voice he used so rarely that some small, disassociated part of his brain marveled at the sound of it in his skull. His parachute did not deploy. It, like nearly every physical object and mental process Rankin used, was controlled and activated by his brain pal, a piece of equipment that had been so reliable for so long that the colonial defense forces had simply stopped thinking of it as equipment and considered it as a given, like the rest of the brain and the soldier's physical body. Rankin plummeted past the deployment line, unknowing, uncaring, and insensate to the implications of passing through that final barrier. It wasn't the knowledge that he was going to die that had driven Rankin insane. It was being alone, separated, unintegrated for the first time and the last time in the 6 years he had been alive. In that time, he had felt the lives of his platoon mates in every intimate detail, how they fought, how they thought, every moment that they lived, and the moment when they died. He took comfort in knowing he was there in their final moments, and that others would be there for him and his. But they wouldn't be, and he wouldn't be there for them. The terror of his separation was matched by the shame of not being able to comfort his friends, who were plunging to the same death as he was. Alex Rankin twisted again, faced the ground that would kill him, and screamed the scream of the abandoned. Jared watched in dread as the pinwheeling gray dot above him appeared to gain speed in the final few seconds, and, revealed as a screaming human, ground into the meadow with a sickening, splashy thud, followed by a horrifying bounce. The impact shocked Jared out of immobility. He shoved Sagan, screaming at her to run, and ran toward the others, hauling them up and shoving them toward the tree line, trying to make them get out of the way of the falling bodies. Seaborg and Harvey had recovered, but were staring at the sky, watching their friends die. Jared pushed Harvey and slapped Seaborg, yelling at both of them to move. Wigner refused to move and lay there, seemingly catatonic. Jared picked him up and handed him to Seaborg and told him to move. He reached down for Manley. She pushed him away and began crawling toward the meadow, screeching. She picked herself up and ran as bodies tore apart on impact around her. 60 meters out, she stopped, turned around rapidly, and screamed away the rest of her sanity. Jared turned away and missed seeing the leg of the body that fell next to her clip her on the neck and shoulder, crushing arteries and bones and driving shattered ribs into her lungs and heart. Manley's scream clipped off with a grunt. From the first hit, it took only 2 minutes for the rest of 2nd Platoon to hit the ground. Jared and the rest of his squad watched from the tree line as they fell. When it was over, Jared turned to the 4 remaining members of the squad and took stock. All of them seemed to be in varying stages of shock, with Sagan being the most responsive and Wigner the least, although he finally seemed aware of his surroundings. Jared felt sick, but was otherwise functioning. He had spent enough time out of integration that he could function without it. For the moment, at least, he was in charge. He turned to Sagan. "We need to move," he said. "Into the trees, away from here." "The mission," Sagan began. "There is no mission anymore," Jared said. "They know we're here. We're going to die if we stay." The words seemed to help clear Sagan's head. "Someone needs to go back," she said. "Take the capture pod. Let the CDF know." She looked directly at him. "Not you." "Not me," Jared agreed. He knew she said it because she was suspicious of him, but he didn't have time to worry about it. He couldn't go back because he was the only one who was entirely functional. "You go back," he suggested to Sagan. "No," Sagan said. Flat. Final. "Seaborg, then," Jared said. Next after Sagan, Seaborg was the most functional. He could tell the CDF what had happened and tell them to prepare for the worst. "Seaborg," Sagan agreed. "Okay," Jared said, and turned to Seaborg. "Come on, Steve. Let's get you in this thing." Seaborg wobbled over and began removing foliage from the capture pod to get to the door, moved to open the entry, and then stopped. "What is it?" Jared said. "How do I open this?" Seaborg said, his voice squeaky from non-use. "Use your..." "Fuck," Jared said. The capture pod opened via BrainPal. "Well, this is just fucking perfect," Seaborg said, and slumped angrily next to the pod. Jared moved to Seaborg, and then stopped and cocked his head. In the distance, something was coming closer, and whatever it was not worried about sneaking up on them. "What is it?" Sagan said. "Someone's coming," Jared said. "More than one. The Oban. They found us." Chapter 12. They managed to elude the Oban for half an hour before they were cornered. The squad would have been better off separating, drawing the pursuing Oban in several directions and opening up the possibility of one or more of its numbers slipping away at the sacrifice of the others. But they stayed together, compensating for the lack of integration by staying in each other's sight. Jared led the way at first, Sagan taking up the rear to drag along Wigner. Somewhere along the way, Jared and Sagan traded roles, Sagan taking them largely north, away from the Oban pursuing them. A distant whine became louder. Jared looked up through the tree canopy and saw an Oban aircraft pacing the squad and then heading north. Ahead, Sagan skipped to the right and headed east. She had heard the aircraft as well. A few minutes later, a second aircraft appeared and paced the squad again, dropping down to about 10 meters above the canopy. There was an immense rattle and branches fell and exploded around them. The Oban had opened fire. Sagan skidded to a stop as huge caliber slugs blew up dirt directly in front of her. That was that for going east. The squad turned north. The aircraft turned and paced them, offering bullets when they lagged or when they deviated too far to the east or west. The aircraft wasn't giving chase. It was herding them efficiently toward an unknown destination. That destination appeared 10 minutes later when the squad emerged into another, smaller meadow, this one with the Oban who had been in the first aircraft waiting for them. Behind them, the second aircraft was preparing to land. Behind that, the initial group of Oban, who had never been far behind, was now becoming visible through the trees. Wigner, still not entirely recovered from the mental trauma of being unplugged, pushed away from Jared and raised his MP, apparently determined not to go out without a fight. He sighted in at the group of Oban waiting for them in the meadow and yanked at the trigger. Nothing happened. To keep the MP from being used against CDF soldiers by their enemies, the MP required a brain pal verification to fire. It got none. Wigner snarled in frustration, and then everything above his eyebrows disappeared as a single shot took off the top of his head. He collapsed. In the distance, Jared could see an Oban soldier lowering a weapon. Jared, Sagan, Harvey, and Seaborg came together, drew their combat knives, and put their backs to each other, each facing a different direction. Drawing their knives was a futile gesture of defiance. None of them pretended to imagine that the Oban needed to get within an arm's reach to kill them all. Each took some small comfort in knowing they'd die within arm's reach of each other. It wasn't integration, but it was the best they could hope for. By this time, the second aircraft had landed. From inside the craft, 6 Oban emerged, 3 carrying weapons, 2 with other equipment, and 1 empty-handed. The empty-handed one swayed over to the humans in the Oban's peculiarly graceful gait, and stopped a prudent distance away, its back covered by the 3 weapon-wielding Oban. Its blinking multiple eyes appeared to fix on Sagan, who was closest to it. "Surrender," it said, in sibilant but clear English. Sagan blinked. "Excuse me?" she said. As far as she knew, the Oban never took prisoners. "Surrender," it said again. "You will die if you do that." "You will let us live if we surrender," Sagan said. "Yes," the Oban said. Jared glanced over to Sagan, who was to his right. He could see her chewing over the offer. The offer looked good to Jared. The Oban might kill them if they surrendered, but they would definitely kill them if they didn't. He didn't offer the opinion to Sagan. He knew she didn't trust him or want to hear his opinion about anything. "Drop your weapons," Sagan said, finally. Jared dropped his knife and unslung his MP. The others did likewise. The Oban also had them remove their packs and belts, leaving only their unitards. A couple of the Oban who had been in the original group pursuing them came over and picked up the weapons and equipment and hauled them back to the airship. When one walked in front of Harvey, Jared could feel him tense up. Jared suspected Harvey was trying very hard not to kick it. Their weapons and equipment removed, Jared and the others were made to stand apart from each other while the 2 Oban bearing equipment waved said equipment over each of them, searching, Jared suspected, for hidden weapons. The 2 Oban scanned the other 3 and then came to Jared, only to cut their examination short. One of them offered up a fluty comment to the head Oban in its native language. The head Oban came over to Jared, 2 armed Oban trailing it. "You'll come with us," it said. Jared glanced over at Sagan, looking for clues on how she wanted him to play this, and getting nothing. "Where am I going?" Jared asked. The head Oban turned and trilled something. One of the Oban behind him raised his weapon and shot Steve Seaborg in the leg. Seaborg went down screaming. The head Oban swiveled its attention back to Jared. "You'll come with us," it said again. "Jesus fuck, Durant," Seaborg said. "Go with the fucking Oban." Jared stepped out of line and allowed himself to be escorted to the aircraft. Sagan watched Jared step out of line and briefly considered lunging and snapping his neck, depriving the Oban and Bhutan of their prize and assuring that Dirac wouldn't have the opportunity to do anything stupid. The moment passed, and besides, it would have been a long shot anyway. And then they would all almost certainly be dead. As it was now, they were still alive. The head Oban turned its attention to Sagan, whom it recognized as the squad's leader. "You will stay," it said, and gambled off before Sagan could say anything. She stepped forward to address the retreating Oban, but as she did, 3 Oban came forward, brandishing weapons. Sagan put her hands up and backed away, but the Oban continued forward, motioning to Sagan that she and the rest of the squad needed to move. She turned to Seaborg, who was still on the ground. "How's your leg?" she asked. "The unitard caught most of it," he said, referring to the uniform's ability to stiffen and absorb some of the impact of a projectile. "It's not too bad. I'll live." "Can you walk?" Sagan asked. "As long as I'm not required to like it," Seaborg said. "Come on then," Sagan said, and held out her hand to help Seaborg up. "Harvey, get Wigner." Daniel Harvey walked over to the dead soldier and picked him up in a fireman's carry. They were being herded into a depression slightly off-center from the middle of the meadow. The small spray of trees within it suggested the bedrock below had eroded away. As they arrived at the depression, Sagan heard the whine of an airship departing, and a second whine of one arriving. The arriving craft, larger than the other 2 had been, landed near the depression, and from its guts rolled a series of identical machines. "What the hell are those?" Harvey asked, setting down Wigner's body. Sagan didn't answer. She watched as the machines positioned themselves around the perimeter of the bowl, 8 in all. The Oban who had come with the machines scrambled to the top of the machines and retracted the metal coverings, revealing large, multi-barrel flechette guns. When all the covers had been retracted, one of the Oban activated the flechette guns. They powered up ominously and began to track objects. "It's a fence," Sagan said. "They've locked us in here." Sagan took an experimental step toward one of the guns. It swung toward her and tracked her movement. She took another step forward, and it emitted a painful, high-pitched squeal, which Sagan assumed was designed to serve as a proximity warning. Sagan imagined that another step toward the gun would result in her foot being shot off at the very least, but she did not bother to test the proposition. She backed away from the gun. It turned off its siren, but did not stop tracking her until she had retreated several steps. "They had those here just waiting for us," Harvey said. "Very nice. What do you think are the odds?" Sagan stared back up at the guns. "The odds are bad," Sagan said. "What do you mean?" Harvey said. "Those are from the science station," Sagan said, motioning to the guns. "They have to be. There's no other sort of installation anywhere close to here. These aren't the sort of things a science station would just have lying around. They've used them here before to hold people in." "Yeah, okay," Seaborg said. "Who? And why?" "We've had 6 Special Forces ships disappear," Sagan said, omitting the one the Oban attacked and destroyed. "Those crews went somewhere. Maybe they were brought here." "That still doesn't answer why," Seaborg said. Sagan shrugged. She hadn't figured out that part yet. The air was filled with the sound of the airships lifting off. The noise of their engines attenuated away, leaving nothing but the ambient sounds of nature behind. "Great," Harvey said. He chucked a stone at one of the guns. It tracked the rock, but didn't fire on it. "We're out here with no food, water, or shelter. What do you think the odds are that the Oban are never coming back for us?" Sagan thought those odds were very good indeed. "So you're me," Charles Boutin said to Jared. "Funny. I thought I'd be taller." Jared said nothing. On arrival at the science station, he had been confined to a creche, tightly secured, and wheeled through the high, bare hallways until he arrived at what he assumed was a laboratory, filled with unfamiliar machines. Jared was left there for what seemed like hours before Boutin entered and strolled right up to the creche, examining Jared physically as if he were a large and really interesting bug. Jared hoped Bhutan would come up far enough to receive a headbutt. He did not. That was a joke, Bhutan said to Jared. I know, Jared said. It just wasn't funny. Well, Bhutan said, I'm out of practice. You may have noticed the old are not the sort to crack wise. I noticed, Jared said. During the entire trip to the science station, the Oban were utterly silent. The only words the head Oban had said to Jared were, get out when they arrived, and get in when they opened the portable creche. You can blame the Kansu for that, Bhutan said. When they made the Oban, I guess they forgot to drop in a humor module, among the many other things they apparently forgot. Despite himself, or because of whose memories and personality he held in his head, Jared's attention focused. Then it's true, he said. The Kansu uplifted the Oban. If you want to call it that, Bhutan said. Although the word uplift by its nature implies good intentions on the part of the uplifter, which is not in evidence here. From what I can get from the Oban, the Kansu one day wondered what would happen if you made some species smart. So they came to Obener, found an omnivore in a minor ecological niche, and gave it intelligence. You know, just to see what would happen next. What happened next? Jared said. A long and cascading series of unintended consequences, my friend, Ted said. That end, for now, with you and me here in this lab. It's a direct line from there to here. I don't understand, Jared said. Of course you don't, Bhutan said. You don't have all the data. I didn't have all the data before I came here, so even if you know everything I know, you wouldn't know that. How much of what I know do you know? Jared said nothing. Bhutan smiled. Enough, anyway, he said. I can tell you have some of my same interests. I saw how you perked up when I talked about the concept. But maybe we should start with the simple things, like, what is your name? I find it disconcerting to talk to my sort of clone without having something to call you. Jared Dirac, Jared said. Ah, Bhutan said. Yes, the Special Forces naming protocol. Random first name, notable scientist last name. I did some work with the Special Forces at one time. Indirectly, since you people don't like non-Special Forces getting in your way. What is that name you call us? Realborn, Jared said. Right, Bhutan said. You like keeping yourself apart from the Realborn. Anyway, the naming protocol of the Special Forces always amused me. The pool of last names is actually pretty limited. A couple of hundred or so, and mostly classical European scientists. Not to mention the first names. Jared, Brad, Cynthia, John, Jane. The names came out as a good-natured sneer. Hardly a non-Western name among them, and for no good reason, since Special Forces aren't recruited from Earth like the rest of the CDF. You could have been called Yusef al-Baruni, and it would have been all the same to you. The set of names Special Forces uses implicitly says something about the point of view of the people who created them, and created you. Don't you think? I like my name, Charles, Jared said. Touché, Bhutan said. But I got my name through family tradition, where yours was just mixed and matched. Not that there's anything wrong with Dirac. Named for Paul Dirac, no doubt. Ever heard of the Dirac Sea? No, Jared said. Dirac proposed that what vacuum really was a vast sea of negative energy, Bhutan said. That's a lovely image. Some physicists at the time thought it was an inelegant hypothesis, and maybe it was, but it was poetic, and they didn't appreciate that aspect. But that's physicists for you. Not exactly brimming over with poetry. The Omen are excellent physicists, and not one of them has any more poetry than a chicken. They definitely wouldn't appreciate the Dirac Sea. How are you feeling? Constrained, Jared said. And I need to piss. So piss, Bhutan said. I don't mind. The crush is self-cleaning, of course, and I'm sure your unitard can wick away the urine. Not without talking to my brain pal about it, Jared said. Without communicating with the owner's brain pal, the nanobots in the unitard's fabric only maintained basic defensive properties, like impact stiffening, designed to keep the owner safe through loss of consciousness or brain pal trauma. Secondary capabilities, like the ability to drain away sweat and urine, were deemed non-essential. Ah, Bhutan said. Well, here, let me fix that. Bhutan went to an object on one of the lab tables and pressed on it. Suddenly, the thick cotton batting in Jared's skull lifted. His brain pal functionality was back. Jared ignored his need to piss in a frantic attempt to try to contact Jane Sagan. Bhutan watched Jared with a small smile on his face. It won't work, he said, after a minute of watching Jared's inner exertions. The antenna here is strong enough to cause wave interference for about 10 meters. It works in the lab, and that's about it. Your friends are still jammed up. You can't reach them. You can't reach anyone. You can't jam brain pals, Jared said. Brain pals transmitted through a series of multiple, redundant, and encrypted transmission streams, each communicating through a shifting pattern of frequencies, the pattern of which was generated through a one-time key created when one brain pal contacted another. It was virtually impossible to block even one of these streams. Blocking all would be unheard of. Bhutan walked over to the antenna and pressed it again. The cotton batting in Jared's head returned. You were saying? Bhutan said. Jared held back the urge to scream. After a minute, Bhutan turned the antenna back on. Normally, you are right, Bhutan said. I supervised the latest round of communication protocols in the brain pal. I helped design them. And you're entirely correct. You can't jam the communication streams, not without using such a high-energy broadcasting source that you overwhelm all possible transmissions, including your own. But I'm not jamming the brain pals that way, Bhutan said. Do you know what a backdoor is? It's an easy access entrance that a programmer or designer weaves himself into a complex program or design so he can get into the guts of what he's working on without jumping through hoops. I had a backdoor into the brain pal that only opens with my verification signal. The backdoor was designed to let me monitor brain pal function on the prototypes for this last iteration, but it also allowed me to do some tweaking of the capabilities to factor out certain functions when I saw a glitch. One of the things I can do is turn off transmission capabilities. It's not in the design, so someone who is not me wouldn't know it was there. Lieutenant paused for a second and regarded Jared. But you should have known about the back door, he said. Maybe you wouldn't have thought to use it as a weapon. I didn't until I got here, but if you're me, you should know this. What do you know, really? How do you know about me? Jared asked, to derail Lieutenant. You knew I was supposed to be you. How did you know? That's actually an interesting story, Lieutenant said, taking Jared's bait. When we decided to make the backdoor a weapon, I made the code for the weapon like the code for the backdoor, because it was the simplest thing to do. That meant that it has the ability to check the function status of the brain pals it affected. This turned out to be useful for a lot of reasons. Not the least was letting us know how many soldiers we were dealing with at one time. It also gave us snapshots of the consciousness of the individual soldiers. This also was turning out to be useful. You were very recently at Cobble Station, were you not? Jared said nothing. Oh, come now, Lieutenant said irritably. I know you were there. Stop acting like you were giving away state secrets. Yes, Jared said. I was at Cobble. Thank you, Lieutenant said. We know there are colonial soldiers at Omaha and that they come into Cobble Station. We've placed detection devices there that scan for the back door, but they never go up. Whatever soldiers you have there must have different brain pal architecture. Bhutan glanced over to see Jared's reaction to this. Jared gave none. Bhutan continued. However, you tripped our alarms because you have the brain pal I designed. Later on, I got the consciousness signature sent to me, and as you might imagine, I was floored. I know the image of my own consciousness very well, since I used my own pattern for a lot of testing. I let the Open know I was looking for you. We were collecting Special Forces soldiers anyway, so this was not difficult for them to do. In fact, they should have tried to collect you at Cubble. They tried to kill me at Cubble, Jared said. Sorry, Bhutan said. Even the Omen can get a little excited in the thick of things, but you can take comfort in knowing that after that point, they were told to scan first, shoot second. Thanks, Jared said. That meant a lot to my squad mate today when they shot him in the head. Sarcasm, Bhutan said. That's more than most of your kind can manage. You got that from me. Like I said, they can get excitable. As well as telling them to look for you, I also told the Open they could expect an attack here, because if one of you was running around with my consciousness, it was only a matter of time before you found your way here. You probably wouldn't risk a full-scale attack, but you'd probably try something sneaky, like you did. We were listening for this sort of attack, and we were listening for you. As soon as we had you on the ground, we threw the switch to disable the brain pals. Jared thought of the members of his platoon falling from the sky. He felt sick. You could have let them all land, you son of a bitch, Jared said. When you blocked their brain pals, they were defenseless. You know that. They're not defenseless, Bhutan countered. They can't use their MPs, but they can use their combat knives and their fighting skills. Ripping away your brain pals causes most of you to go catatonic, but some of you still keep fighting. Look at you. Although you're probably better prepared than most. If you've got my memories, you know what it's like not to be connected all the time. Even so, 6 of you on the ground was more than enough, and we only needed you as it is. For what? Jared asked. All in good time, Charles Bhutan said. If you only need me, what are you going to do with my squad? Jared asked. I could tell you, but I think you've deflected me long enough from my original question, don't you? Bhutan smiled. I want to know what you know about me, and about being me, and about what you know of my plans here. Since I'm here, you already know we know about you, Jared said. You're not a secret anymore. And let me just say that I'm very impressed about that, Bhutan said. I thought I had covered my tracks well. And I'm kicking myself for not formatting the storage device I stored that consciousness imprint on. I was in a rush to leave, you see. Even so, it's no excuse. It was stupid of me. I disagree, Jared said. I imagine you would, Bhutan said. Since without it, you wouldn't be here. In many senses of the word here. I am impressed they were able to make a transfer back into a brain, however. Even I hadn't figured that out before I had to go. Who managed that? Harry Wilson, Jared said. Harry, Bhutan said. Nice guy. Didn't know he was that smart. He did it well. Of course, I did do most of the work before he got to it. To get back to your point about the Colonial Union knowing I'm here, yes, it's a problem, but it's also an interesting opportunity. There are ways to make this work. Back to it now. And let me cut short any further deflections by telling you that how you answer will help determine whether what remains of your squad lives or dies. Do you understand me? I understand you, Jared said. Perfect, Bhutan said. Now, tell me what you know about me. How much do you know about my work? Broad outlines, Jared said. The details are difficult. I didn't have enough similar experiences to let those memories take root. Having similar experiences matters, Bhutan said. Interesting. And that would explain why you didn't know about the back door. How about my political views? What I felt about the Colonial Union and the CDF? I'm guessing you don't like them, Jared said. That'd be a pretty good guess, Lieutenant said. But that sounds like you don't have any first-hand knowledge of what I thought about any of that. No, Jared said. Because you don't have any experience with that sort of thing, do you? Lieutenant said. You're Special Forces, after all. They don't put questioning authority into your lesson plan. What about my personal experiences? I remember most of it, Jared said. I had enough experience for that. So you know about Zoe, Lieutenant mused. Jared felt a flush of emotion at the child's name. I know about her, he said, voice slightly husky. Lieutenant picked up on it. You feel it, too, he said, coming up close to Jared. Don't you? What I felt when they told me she was dead. I feel it, Jared said. Poor man, Lieutenant whispered. To be made to feel that for a child you didn't know. I knew her, Jared said. I knew her through you. I see that, Lieutenant said, and stepped away to a lab desk. I'm sold, Jared, he said, regaining his composure and conversation. You are sufficiently like me to officially be interesting. Does that mean you'll let my squad live? Jared asked. For now, Lieutenant said. You've been cooperative, and they're fenced in by guns that will shred them into hamburger if they get within 3 meters of them, so there's no reason to kill them. What about me? Jared said. You, my friend, are going to get a complete and thorough brain scan, Lieutenant said. Eyes to the desk, where he worked a keyboard. In fact, I'm going to take a recording of your consciousness. I want to get a very close look at it indeed. I want to see how much like me you really are. Seems like you're missing a lot of detail, and you've got some Special Forces brainwashing to get over, but well, the important thing is, I guess we have a lot in common. We're different in one way I can think of, Jared said. Really? Lieutenant said. Do tell. I wouldn't betray every human alive because my daughter died, Jared said. Lieutenant looked at Jared thoughtfully for a minute. You really think I'm doing this because Zoe was killed on Cuttle? Lieutenant finally said. I do, Jared said. And I don't think this is the way to honor her memory. You don't, do you? Lieutenant said. And then turned back to the keyboard to jab at a button. Jared's creche thrummed, and he felt something like a pinch in his brain. I'm recording your consciousness now, Lieutenant said. Just relax. He left the room, closing the door behind him. Jared, feeling the pinching increase in his head, didn't relax one bit. He closed his eyes. Several minutes later, Jared heard the door open and close. He opened his eyes. Lieutenant had come back and was standing by the door. How's that consciousness recording working for you? He asked Jared. It hurts like hell, Jared said. There is that unfortunate side effect, Lieutenant said. I'm not sure why it happens. I'll have to look into that. I appreciate that, Jared said, through gritted teeth. Lieutenant smiled. More sarcasm, he said. But I brought you something that I think will ease your pain. Whatever it is, give me 2 of them, Jared said. I think 1 will be enough, Lieutenant said, and opened the door to show Zoe in the doorway. Chapter 13. Lieutenant was right. Jared's pain went away. Sweetheart, Lieutenant said to Zoe, I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine. This is Jared. Say hello to him, please. Hello, Mr. Jared, said Zoe in a small, uncertain voice. Hi, Jared said, hardly risking saying any more because he felt like his voice could break and shattered. He collected himself. "Hello, Zoe. It's good to see you." "You don't remember Jared, Zoe," Bhutan said. "But he remembers you. He knew you from back when we were on Phoenix." "Does he know Mommy?" Zoe asked. "I believe he did know Mommy," Bhutan said. "As well as anyone did." "Why is he in that box?" Zoe asked. "Well, he's just helping Daddy with a little experiment, that's all," Bhutan said. "Can he come over to play when he's done?" Zoe said. "We'll see," Bhutan said. "Why don't you say goodbye to him for now, honey? You and Daddy have a lot of work to do." Zoe turned her attention back to Jared. "Goodbye, Mr. Jared," she said, and walked out of the doorway, presumably back to where she came from. Jared strained to watch her and hear her footfalls. Then Bhutan closed the door. "You understand that you are not going to be able to come over and play," Bhutan said. "It's just that Zoe gets lonely here. I got the Open to put a little receiver satellite in orbit over one of the smaller colonies to pirate their entertainment fees to keep her amused. So she's not missing out on the joys of Colonial Union educational programming. But there's no one here for her to play with. She has an Open nanny, but it mostly makes sure she doesn't fall down any stairs. It's just me and her." "Tell me," Jared said. "Tell me how she can possibly be alive. The Open killed everyone in Kabul." "The Open saved Zoe," Bhutan said. "It was the Array who attacked Kabul and Oman, not the Open. The Array did it to get back at the Colonial Union for their defeat at Coral. They didn't even actually want Oman. They just picked a soft target to attack. The Open found out about their plans and timed their arrival for just after the first phase of the attack, when the Array would still be weak from their fight with the humans. Once they pried the Array off Kabul, they went through the station and found the civilians jammed into a meeting room. They were being held there. The Array killed all the military staff and scientists because their bodies are improved too much to make for good eating. But the colonist staff, well, they were just fine. If the Open hadn't attacked when they did, the Array would have slaughtered and eaten them all." "Where are the rest of the civilians?" Jared asked. "Well, the Open killed them, of course," Bhutan said. "You know the Open don't usually take prisoners." "But they saved Zoe, you said," Jared said. Bhutan smiled. "While they were going through the station, the Open did a tour of the science labs to see if there were any ideas worth stealing," he said. "They're excellent scientists, but they're not very creative. They can improve on ideas and technology they find from other places, but they're not very good at originating the technology themselves. The science station is one of the main reasons they were interested in Oman at all. They found my work on consciousness, and they were interested. They found out I wasn't on the station, but that Zoe was. So they kept her while they were looking for me." "They used her as blackmail," Jared said. "No," Bhutan said. "More as a goodwill gesture. And I was the one who demanded things from them." "They held Zoe, and you demanded things from them," Jared said. "That's right," Bhutan said. "Like what?" Jared asked. "Like this war," Bhutan said. Jane Sagan edged closer to the 8th and final gun emplacement. Like the others, it tracked her and then warned her the closer she got to it. As near as she could tell, if she got closer than about 3 meters, the gun would fire. Sagan picked up a rock and threw it directly at the gun. The rock struck and bounced off harmlessly, the gun's systems tracking but otherwise ignoring the projectile. The gun could differentiate between a rock and a human. That's some fine engineering, Sagan thought, not very charitably. She found a larger rock, stepped up to the edge of the safe zone, and chucked it to the right of the gun. It tracked the rock. Farther to her right, another gun trained on her. The guns shared targeting information. She wasn't going to get past them by distracting one of them. The bowl they were in was shallow enough that Sagan could see over the lip.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I need coffee.